Yo, yo, yo. Sorry, I'm sharing the stream link around real quick. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, King Carnage, Rough Trader, Daffy, Timmy, Sanddollar, Mel. I almost said Maddie twice. Oh, no, I didn't say you at all. Good morning, Maddie. My bad. Good morning, Paper Hands. How you doing? I guess I'll take this off. We'll leave it there till right as it opens, because I'm sure people are going to be like, where are we opening? So we'll just leave it there. But yeah, we're going to be opening up pretty high. We're near 434. So if you go to the bigger time frame chart, that's above my next area. So not only did we just retake a major shoulder, we just also are slowly retaking the next shoulder above, which is again 433.30s. You guys, we left the X on the spot because this is the ultimate bullish target, because this is the old support in which we fell from and created more supply from. So there's a heavy seller at 433.30. Focus today is 433s. And there we go. That's the game plan for the day. But focus today is 433s, daily time frame support that we lost on September 21st. Continued hold over previous day high supply, breaks or retest over 434s, but be careful with the extended open higher. Every dollar is a target. That would be your bullish game plan. And then your bearish game plan, why did I do that? Breaks and retests under previous day high supply, or rejections of 433s, which were kind of already above them. So if you really want to give yourself kind of an invalidation spot for bears to step in short term, we're just looking for a lower high from the pre-market that's under 433. So we can pretty much look under any of this. Which I don't normally market like that, but we're on an extended move, so I am going to market like that today. But that is the game plan for the day. Good morning, OA83. Good morning, Kem. Daffy, Jesus. You're already going through it, man. I hope it gets better. That's wild. Good morning, David Q. Happy Friday to you as well. Good morning, Dividend Bull. Always happy to see your name pop up. Open this, John. Good morning, my beautiful humans. What's up, Other J? I need to quit saying other. It makes the other person seem insignificant. You're both important. Jay and Old Jay. I did it with a Dan. I have to show y'all that DM. That's pretty funny. I was like, is this Dan H or is this the other Dan? He's like, no, this is the not as important Dan, I guess. But it was Breaking Levels. That's the other Dan. There's Dan H, and then there's Breaking Levels, and then I think there's a third Dan. I shit you not. I guess we can go to the other chart if y'all want. This one. So this chart's emulating this one, so they're the same chart, and then these are the same chart, just different time frames. One in 5 minute, 30 minute, and daily. Oh, my bad, guys. I might have missed a couple of you saying good morning. If I missed you, good morning. I just realized I had it on top chat, not alt chat, so I couldn't see some of the messages. Welcome, Kid 83. Good morning, E. Good morning, Sylvia. Right now, we're just kind of looking to see what SPY does in the first 10, 20, 30 minutes. We have a very nice higher open so far. If you guys want to go ahead and beat me to it, go ahead and do it. But you can draw your fib from the previous day close. So the bottom of that, the meat of that red candle, bottom of the meat, up to the bottom of the meat. Excuse me. This candle, sorry, oxygen's hard. But you'll see that 432 kind of lines up with our level that we drew. But that would be a good overnight fib to draw if you want to have that on your screen. That is something you would look for a pullback on, if that was to ever happen. I don't like to assume that a pullback will happen because, I mean, you guys have seen it the past few days. We got a higher open, pump, higher open, pump, higher open, pump, higher open, pump, higher open. Probably going to the top of this area. If not, we're probably forming a bearish candlestick today. I would like to see an inverted hammer or any kind of reversal signal pop up, but not for us to reverse yet, because then I'd like to get a secondary candle, a lower high, and then you get the most ultimate pullback ever. But that's in a perfect world. We'll see what we get. We'll react to what we get. But so far, I do like how this is all looking. Very risky short position against 433.70s. I don't know if I would go for that because you don't have a break of structure yet, but very risky. Right now you should be looking for bullish plays as long as you hold your today's open, which you guys should go mark that right now. I should mark that too. Today's open. Current day open. Holy Jay, what? What? He just said 56% on a 195 BA call, and then, you know, that's already kind of impressive enough. Then he comes in afterwards and says 310% on Roku $80 call. What? Bro, Jay, good stuff, man. I'm beyond happy for you, bro. That's massive. I think you went over at least one of those in here, right? I remember you going over at least Roku, because you were like, they're starting to look better, they're starting to curl up more. Just call me the man, the myth, the legend, and the undisputed GOAT. October 18th open at 434.19 seems like an important level as well, which coincidentally lines up with the 50% fib from the year high candle on 727 down to October 27's low. You were talking about BA on trade floor yesterday? I was just curious. If you weren't, who gives a shit? But I was just curious. But no, that's... Dude. That is massive. Over 300% on anything. That's just... And then that wasn't even your only trade. He has another over 50% trade. Like, what? Who are you? No, good stuff, Jay. That's awesome. It's a pretty incredible way to end the week, too. Because now you can, like... I don't know. Now you can relax. You could literally take, like, a light scalp and it not do anything to you. Or just chill. You know, it's really up to you. Sandollar said Microsoft still dropping. Dondu said Costco smacking previous day high and sending it. Yeah, Noxta posted Costco in the chat, and I liked it a lot. So, if you're in Lifetime and you've seen Nox's post, he was going all over. Damn, Apple is a lot lower. They're under 175. That's a very, very important psychological number. Sandollar is correct. Microsoft is just pulling back. Nvidia trying to hold their highs. Not going to say they're super bullish yet, but they're definitely above really good levels of previous day. Same for Amazon here. See them trying to break previous day open. Tesla's 50-50, but again, another chart that's holding above the previous day high. Meta struggling at, what is that level? 313. We've been stuck around 313, 314 for a while now. Banks are up or consolidating. UNH came back down a little bit lower, but they're still holding a really big area on the bigger time frame. You can see it over here on the daily. They're holding a really good support still. So we'll see if they catch that or not. Which is important because healthcare is the second largest sector of SPY. AMD coming back down to probably reject previous day highs and fill its overnight gap. That's not a huge play, but it's just good information. Because then if it does break that further, then you can look under the close and then try to see if you get a further pullback or not. Plus, if Nvidia starts tanking, that would be a good sign for them too. Nike said, no, I'm not done. And yeah, cost doesn't look bad. You could literally see the buying pressure. So you have like, I'm not even gonna call that a hammer, but there is a nice wick there, and they closed under the level, so it's not really awesome. This though is what impressed me. It had a higher open and finished higher. That's a very strong soldier pattern. Doji, hammer, indecisive doji, but again after a hammer, after a bullish candle, and it's got this like rounding effect to it, off of a really good low too. So I wouldn't be surprised if randomly in the next couple weeks you see this form another higher low and then it runs up to 570s, 580s. I really wouldn't be shocked if Costco does that. Good morning, Chuck. How you doing, man? Always happy to see you pop up. Actually, real quick, let's go through our sectors, and then I can close that. So XLK is under previous day close, and they're under today's open. So you're looking for bearish rejections until proven otherwise. Healthcare actually looks really good on the 1 minute. It's the 5 minute that needs to shape up a little bit more, as they're just kind of hovering over their higher open. You can see the daily time frame too is gapped up small body candle. 30 minutes still just kind of trading indecisively. Got 20 more minutes before those 30-minute candles really matter anyway, so I don't know if I'd take those signals too strong yet. Banks kept moving higher. Looks like they're getting another red. Nothing crazy, though. They're just still holding highs. Same for discretionary. That's your Amazon, Tesla, Nike, McDonald's, Home Depot sector. Comms, your Meta, Google, Netflix sector. They're up against their next bigger time frame level, it seems like. So I guess we really just need to see, are they going to break it past that, or are they going to give us a good reversal candle on the daily? Because then that'll look really good for a short-term slowdown. Not even just trying to turn it into, oh, let's turn into bears. We were just bulls. Let's be bears now. No, there's going to be some settling after this, most likely. We just had a big move to the downside after consolidation, and then a big move to the upside on the daily time frame. So yeah, we're probably going to see some settling pretty soon. That's just a logical reaction. Trying to keep this chart kind of clean so we can see what the hell's going on. But yeah, you do have an inside bar on the 5-minute. People's is right. Now you're looking for either a positive print after this or a negative print that breaks today's open. That will be what gives you short-term direction. Which right now you are still bullish. We haven't broken today's open. We're all clear on that still? We all understand that we're bullish still? Alright, you did get the positive print on the 1-minute. Looking for it on the 5. Like I said, guys, there's still the possibility they want to work up to whatever the top of this is, 438. I don't know if you'll see that today, but I'm just saying there is that possibility that they want to reach near the top of this move. 1 minute still holding and playing out. One minute and 5 minutes still holding and playing out. 433.70 is the key level to hold. And really, in reality, 433 is the key level to hold. But this is looking great for bulls short term. Good call out on the inside bar. Anybody who saw that on their own, I'm proud of you. Oh, nice, Maddie. I see what you're saying. My bad. I was checking Discord. He said what I was referring to in YouTube chat, not saying it'll reject, obviously, but definitely keep my eye on it. He's just kind of watching a potential downtrend line on the daily. That'd be a really nasty spot to form a hammer. And then close under. That'd be really, really clean. And yeah, good morning, everybody. If you're into the stream, let me know if the music is too loud or not. Drop a like on the stream. It helps out the channel a ton. I got to post some more memes on the shorts this weekend. Members, you guys have a new video if you guys already haven't seen it. This is to all Discord and YouTube members. Again, remember, all my new videos coming out are for you and you alone. We have enough videos on the channel for anybody to watch the system and learn it all on their own. Now it's just a time to pat the people on the back who support the community. So if you guys have access, The new video is Order of Operations in Trading. This is a really good video, honestly. It's only 7 minutes, but it covers a really good topic that we talk about a lot in the stream. So I decided to take some time and actually cover it in a video on its own. Plus, a couple of you guys were asking me questions about stuff that kind of involved this, and it kind of popped some new ideas into my head of how I could maybe word something. But go check that out. Thank you guys who've already checked it out. But it's in the Discord and on the YouTube channel, so if you're not a YouTube member, go to the Reason Over Risk channel in Discord. If you are a YouTube member, you can just watch it on YouTube. Simple as that. But I want to make that clear because some people still don't know that. I make sure no matter what kind of member you are, you have access to it. That is of most importance to me. Is not closing you off. But guys, we have reached that next level at 434.46, so that's good short-term take profit spot. Runners can look past 434.40s. Stop loss at 433.70. If you want to move it up, you can to this higher low right here at 434. That's definitely okay. If you want to, increase your stop loss spot or have a trailing stop, you can maybe set it like 15-20%. So right now, what you're looking for is a continuation now. You've already gotten a bullish higher open. We've got a continued hold over that open. We had an inside bar on the 5-minute. Popped it with a green print. Popped it with the close over that high that we were talking about. So 2 time frames confirming more continuation. We made it to the next level. So what are we doing? We're taking partial profits, and then we're leaving runners to get past this level. We're not going to take a new trade over this level. A new trade is looking for a retest. Good update by Timmy. Just got done watching. Oh, nice, King Carnage. Hope you enjoyed it, man. Not a super long video, but it covers really good info, in my opinion. The order of doing things, the order of seeing things. You've probably heard me talk about it in here, too, so it's probably not even the first time you've heard it. And guys, we are passing the next level. Let's see if we get past that. What's the next level above? 435.50s. Remember what I said, every dollar out is a great target when you're in an extended move. So it would be a dollar out from 433.70s, 434.70s. We're getting pretty close to that. So if you want to kind of keep that rule in your head, be my guest. But next level we're looking at is 435 as a psychological number and 435.50s because that is an actual level from the bigger time frames. And then we'll see what's past that. Here, you know what? We'll just drag it now and we'll see. 437s, should have guessed. And that would put us only a dollar away from the top of that chart. If you're looking at this chart right here, that would leave us about a dollar away from the top if we made it to that next target. This one up here. Not the next, the further out target, sorry. Daffy just made 200% on an Apple call. That is the true GOAT. Your stream was 6 minutes behind? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, guys, make sure you, let me run over that again. But make sure you see this red dot right here, and it says live. Make sure that's red. It'll go gray when you're not live. And then your settings. Mine's on auto 360p, but that's because I personally don't want to have to look back at my playback and then it take away from streaming. But guys, turn this up because it'll reset on you over and over and over again. And it's not just my stream. You can literally watch anybody's stream on YouTube and you will experience the same exact thing. I've done it to there's pages with millions of followers that I watch on stream sometimes on here, and it's the same exact thing. I'm like, okay, we're not tripping. Me and my community are not crazy. This is just YouTube based, because it does that to other streams too. It'll, one, either take you out of live by a couple minutes slowly over time, or it'll bump down your quality. It's like, what? Don't do that. The quality's so clear I can almost hack into your webcam and see you. Really? Because my webcam is broken. I would love to see you fix it. I'd be cool with the face reveal if you fixed the cam, bro. That's funny. Good morning, Taylor. Paper hands, I agree with you. You said everything is looking way too overbought. Jay said, I fixed it. You just see me blink into my webcam, and on my eyelid it says, help me. Excuse me. How was everyone's night though? You guys good? Any cool plans for the weekend? Anybody going anywhere cool? If you're just chilling, that's also cool. I will also be part of the Just Chilling squad. Good morning, Zeke. Always happy to see your name pop up, man. How you been? So far, we just have a higher open, higher lows. We broke over 433.70s. We've made it into the first target. Buyers are trying their best to make it to the next target. We've already hit a main concern, though. I've already told you guys, once we hit past 433.70s, you need to aim for every dollar. You've already hit that first target, so now what you need to really be prioritizing is looking for a retest, not continued open range breakouts. But that, of course, can still happen. They can just still keep teetering up the 435.50s, and then we'll see if they want to slow down again. But right now, bulls are in complete control on every time frame in every sense. Chill week, might not trade today either. Been busy with work. Hey, that's totally fine. There's going to be a ton of opportunity for you. That's nice, too, having a chill week. Honestly, it's kind of nice slowing the pace down a little bit, and then you'll feel refreshed. You'll feel refreshed in so many ways. Chilling, gym, studying, and reviewing. That sounds like a great weekend. Productive. And they hit 435 on the dot. Really just waiting to see if they keep going or not. I lead, they follow. Whoa. Buyer stepping in very quickly. A little bit of a pullback towards that level below, and then they're ramping it up instantly. Bulls are in complete control right now. Every little dip yesterday was just like this. They would rip it up super quick. I would not go short until you actually see a break of structure. And then a lower high. I would not touch anything on the short side until proven otherwise, because this is just too bullish almost. You could almost say it's too bullish. Holy crap, what is going on? Do you guys see this? They just went up and smacked that next level and they're like, alright, sell it, sell it, sell it. Don't let anybody be part of this. We don't want retail to take part in this move. Still holding above 434.40s, but we have a potential rejection here. We just don't have any break of structure. But you have a little bit of structure built here on the 1 minute. 5 minute, not much. You're just, again, kind of rejecting with the bearish candlestick pattern. 30 minute, first 30 minute candle's finally done. You might be getting a slowdown candle finally. And you can see the daily candle's just kind of stuck inside of that area. Again, this is the supply of the daily time frame. If you go from the high to the open of the last green candle before the reversal down, this will create an area of supply. Short term, of course, because you can see it's literally from the same month, or from within a month ago. So not that long. We have a break of structure on the 1 minute. 5 minutes still just kind of forming here. Potential break of structure can bring a potential pullback. What would be considered a break of structure on the 5? Well, as I've explained, you'd need to see it on the 1 minute here. This would be a break of structure on the 1. And then like you said on the 5, yes, your today's open. Unless you build consolidation, then that could be your break of structure, but we don't have that yet. We've only opened higher and then moved up and slowed down. We have not done anything else. But yes, Carnage, correct. That's why I did the video yesterday on yesterday's price action, because yesterday's price action was just like this. It's perfect. It's the exact same. It all makes it's making the exact same moves almost. These last 3 days have almost been identical. Looks like all the news that came out today was bearish too. We only had one number in line. Everything else was worse than before. You have a Fed speaker talking right now, Fed Barkin. At 11:45, you have Kashkari, which that one's not that important. Bostic, not as important, and Bar, that one's alright, I guess. But those two are after hours. Those are literally not going to matter. Oh, no, wait, those are... Never mind, those are 30 minutes before close, I believe. So yeah, you have a couple speakers happening today from noon to close, 3 of them. But I don't believe any of them are as important, so I genuinely believe if you get a reaction, it'll literally take them saying something that we've never heard before. I don't think you're going to get much reaction from these Fed speakers today. Next week, what do we got? Trade balance on Monday. Tuesday, we got crude oil inventories. Wednesday, we got jobless claims. Thursday, we got the sentiment. And then nothing Friday. Then that next Monday, we have the OPEC report. All right, so that's what that is. Let's see, what other earnings do we have coming up? Your market update for the day. We have a continued slide in long-term rates, decline in Apple following its earnings report, and weak revenue growth outlook for fiscal quarter 1, and digesting the weaker than expected jobs report and ISM non-manufacturing index. Pretty much every sector is good except energy. And then, where am I at? Oh, here we are. November 3rd. So today, you already had a bunch of earnings come out. They really weren't that important. The only one after close today is ES. And then next week, let's see what we got next week. Monday's light. Tuesday's alright. It looks like you have a bunch of energy stocks, kind of side sector stocks like Roblox, Warner Brothers, Kellogg's, and then you'll have a bunch of like energy stocks. You have Fang here. You have, what's this one? CE, UBS, Uber, Datadog, for anybody who likes watching Datadog, Occidental Petroleum, and Devon Energy on Tuesday after hours. Those are 2 big energy stocks. Looks like Take-Two Interactive, Disney. So yeah, not as many weights next week. You guys can finally say we're getting out of earnings season a little bit more, which is good. That's a great thing. 'Cause I'm tired of saying earnings. I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing it. potentially forming a higher, I mean, you have formed a higher low in the 1 minute, potentially forming it though on the 5 minute. You can see your 30 minutes still kind of settling. It's just a long-legged doji. Bit indecisive on that 30 minute, but you are, like I said, still bullish. Still bullish. This is exactly like yesterday. To the cent. It did this little push-up, it did the slowdown, it did the push-up again. You'll either get a continuation or another slowdown that continues to hold this, and then we continue to push new highs. Like I said, you don't have bears here until a break of structure. I don't know why I'm still seeing people go into puts in chat. Puts are literally the dumbest thing you could be looking at right now. Because you don't have a reason to be looking at it. Don't just see a red candle and buy puts. Well, 10 people left the stream as soon as I said that. $10, those guys were all in puts. He said, duh, trend is your friend. Hey, B, is it greedy for me to hold above 435 to 435.50? I have one con. I mean, honestly, you just need to stick to your plan. If you had something going on beforehand, stick to it. I don't like to make up things in between. If that was part of your plan beforehand, stick to it. If it wasn't, then no, don't do that. Try to find what you want to do beforehand. Microsoft Strong, I see Rambo on it. Daffy's long. Everybody's going to be drawing this fib, and it's going to be wrong. This is the fib that you should have. We are up, not down, so you shouldn't be drawing down. You should be drawing up. So we need to see a break of this. Then you want to look for your lower high. So far, the only entry I've seen was on the 1 minute here, the 5 minute here, for calls, for the upside to hit targets. We talked about to take profit spots. Since then, move those again so we can see easier. Oh, it doesn't count multiple charts. Okay. what I was going to say is the next one that popped up was about here, but we didn't really have an actual solid entry point for an 80% entry. You just had, whoops. You just had this first reactive candle. What you're looking for now is a potential higher low to give you that retest entry, or we're going to be witnessing that fib I just showed you break, and then that will be when bears try to step in, make a lower high, try to break today's open. So you have two very clear plans in front of you in terms of levels and price action. I was in calls and they went 30% and I sold and it went, oh man, that is annoying. And yeah, definitely is going to occur too, especially, I don't know when you entered, so it had to have been late though. But, or you entered on time and you didn't sell. But either way, that sucked, because yeah, they brought it down pretty instantly. This candle too, alone, I promise you, this candle alone, here on the 1 minute and this candle on the 5 minute, these candles alone probably screwed IV for anybody trading same day options or very close expiration options. So even if you weren't late or early, it probably still hurt you a little bit if you were a part of that move, because that was too rapid of a move where it was moving up so fast where it looked like, oh wow, bulls are about to just see the moon from here, and then it reversed and moved all the way back down lower. Even made a new low on the 5 minute under that previous candle. So it was almost like you went from having the most bullish, euphoric moment ever to, oh shit. He said BA is going absolutely crazy. Oh wow, 197s. Look at that daily time frame too. Look at the low of that chart. It's a daily inside bar. Green print, green print. Those inside bars are everywhere, man. Timmy said, same. I was going to sell in the lower high, but bulls just had such strong buying from golden pockets, so I held hoping for high of day, presumably like you. See, that's an honest review, too. It's like, everything you just said is so honest and normal and human. I almost respect it, you know? Like, it was a loss, and it was kind of, you know, kind of sucks that it happened, but I like that review. It's clear as day. It makes sense. It's something you can remember to look out for next time. And remember, guys, we still don't know. Is this a lower high? We're still forming on the 5 minute. It's just a short-term lower high on the 5 minute, or on the 1 minute, sorry. We're still looking for an actual break of structure to see, oh, bears are here. We just have a slowdown and another slowdown popping up. So bulls are probably going to be a little hesitant until what? Until we see more action, until we see more bullish price action appear above 433.70s. If not, then we are going to possibly see a break of that and possibly a test of today's open. You can see that with multiple slowdowns here on the 5 and the 1 minute. 30 minutes still shaping up. You could end up with a dark cloud cover on your 30 minute. That's crazy. That would be crazy if that closed under 433.60s. If we break 433, we're probably dumping. I'll move this back lower so y'all can see what's underneath. But that's the plan in front of us right now, everybody. And guys, what did we talk about in that video yesterday? Sometimes they break, like in this example right here. We just drew this vid. We were showing how, let's see if they try to hold it. And they broke it just now. So what does this mean? That some structure is breaking, but what do we still have left? Does anybody want to tell me what do we still have left that might be in the way of price action to dump more? The current day open, exactly. Exactly, the open print. That is what gets you into plays. You don't just short every lower high. Is every lower high bearish? No. It's a short-term signal we can use. Oh, hey guys, bears might be stepping in here. Let's see if they, whatever's next. In this case, it's today's open. But in other cases, it's not going to be that. In other cases, it's going to be, oh, this is the support from blah, blah, blah candle, from the emerging candle from the TA routine, blah, blah, blah. You know, this is that level or whatever, you know, whatever important level's next. In this case, it's the CDO. But in every example, it'll be different. Just always try to remember order of operation. There's an order to things. If we have a higher open, we're bullish. Until what? Until we break it. Can you catch small trades inside of this range? Yeah, of course you can. I'm not going to beat you up for that. But don't sit there and go, oh, I was fighting against the trend. I don't know how that went against me. Well, you're trying to scalp little moves. Of course, that's why it went against you. You were hesitant, or you waited too long, or you let it go by and you chased. You know, whatever the problem may be. Now let's see, do we get an inside candle, or do they just want to keep flushing it here on the 5-minute? That's kind of what I'm more focused on right now, is does this form an inside candle or any kind of doji to give us indecision? Or do they just reject here and then we see a continuation down on the 1 and the 5-minute? But 30-minute, we do have a little bit of a hammer against, after our initial candle here, our initial opening 30 minutes. Next 30 minutes, not too hot. We had a little bit of a move up, a little bit of a move down, kind of settled in between. Now what we're probably going to get is either them testing in between here and we get a 4-bar kind of look, or they're going to pop a new high. If not, though, we will most likely be getting that dump after what we just saw with the lower high. But that is, again, only a short-term lower high. We don't have any break of structure still. Now, they did break the inside of the range gap, but that's just short-term information of like, all right, bears might be settling into this more. It's just good to know step by step, where are they? All right, it's been officially a little over an hour from the open. How is everyone doing? Are you guys getting anything out of this stream? Are you getting any kind of lessons out of it? Have you been taking any trades and just kind of, you know, trying to be minimal with everything? Are you just getting mental reps? What's everyone up to? Let me know. No matter where you are in your journey, it's important. Don't compare yourself to others. Compare yourself to the person you were yesterday. And thank you guys for over 50 likes on the stream. I haven't even been hounding y'all today. I appreciate that. Where the bears at? I can't find them. Yeah, they're all quiet all of a sudden. I'm sure they'll wake up here if current day open breaks, though. Also, look at your daily time frame candle. Remember what I talked about possibly forming. If you go back to the very beginning of the stream, one of the first things I brought up is that I would love to see any kind of short-term reversal candle pop up in that highlighted area. Just watching now. Took a fire mental trade yesterday, but don't want to force anything today. Hey, that's totally fine. I'm on the back end of a bunch of catalysts, so it's totally fine. Good stuff, Mel. No trades yet, mainly thanks to the stream. I would have made some bad decisions if I wasn't watching today. Well, I'm glad to be here, man. And thank you for listening. I'm never going to once sit here and be like, dude, I can't believe you're not listening to me. You're stupid. Like, no, I make mistakes too. We're all human. But at the same time, it is nice to kind of be on the same page, because it will blow my mind when somebody goes into chat, and there's many people like this in chat. They'll be like, I've never watched any of your videos or this or that, but how do you do this or that? And it's like, I break something down for them, and then I link them a video, and they're like, I don't really like watching videos. I'm like, okay, then why are you asking me? Clearly you validate my opinion, but you don't validate the information I provide. I don't understand. I'm not a genius. I'm not a pro. I've never once stated that. I will never state that in the future. No matter how much money I make or lose, it does not matter. It has nothing to do with IQ or being a genius or being better than anyone. It has nothing to do with that. It's about following the routine, having a routine to stick by. All of this stuff we talk about, order of operations, the TA routine, the BB system, emerging candles, the staircase method, the 4 types of entries, you know, the highs, the lows, the lower highs, the higher lows, all this stuff that we talk about. That's part of the routine, doing it over and over and over again. Chart maintenance, you know, how many of you guys actually have chart maintenance? Actually go through your charts, clean them up, sometimes rechart the whole thing just for good practice. You know, how many of you do that? And this is all rhetorical, you don't have to actually answer. But it's just, again, stick to the system. And then you'll ask somebody, like, well, what have you been up to? I've just kind of been trading off of feelings. Oh, okay, so you haven't been trading off the system. It's like, okay, then why are you talking to me? Why are you wasting my time? This time is provided for people who give a shit, who want to grow. I don't understand that. Like, people just want to be heard. People just want to be seen. It's very annoying. Overtraded, but the stream helped me see what I did wrong and what I should do. Hey, totally fine, Dividend Bull. Like, I'm never going to sit here and be like, dude, that was dumb what you just did. Like, I'll break down what happened and what you may have done, but, I don't know what you 100% did, you know? I just have a good idea. You'll always have a better idea than I will. But I'm glad to hear that, Dividend Bull. Same for Timmy. You know, it's hard to be honest with yourself, let alone honest openly to other people. And the fact you can do that, you and Timmy, that's very strong. That is, I would say that's probably the best ability y'all have, is the fact that you can be so open, because that is only going to open up more doors for progression, for growth. That's it. It's not going to open up more doors of pain or judgment. If it does, then you just ignore those people. They're dumb. You don't listen to judgment. Listen to criticism. Listen to constructive criticism. Give yourself constructive criticism. It's not just about, get outside perspective. Listen to yourself. You're a pretty smart person. You have good intuition. You understand the system a little bit. SPX 35% gains on me. Poot Scalperoni. Just set it on autopilot limit close while trying to write a power contract for me dentist. I swear, $10 speaks in pirate. Might try puts here. Close below golden pocket. Took one trade off the gravestone with increasing volume on the 5-minute and natural resistance from 435. Wow, nice, Dave Smith. How did that work out for you? 3-bar play up, Mel said. You're talking about the 30-minute, Mel? That's that top right screen. I wish they had a more flat open and close, but this candle did hold a good point of this candle, so it could represent a weak 3-bar play if they produce a new high. Oh, nice, Dave. Holy crap. So like 50%. That's that's massive. Good job, Dave. I like your reasoning too. I like your pattern recognition. Seems like you bought good positioning, so that's good. Buying it out of resistance or buying it out of support every time, that's always going to be the best. Giving that pattern the best chance possible of the best amount of movement possible, which is of course great for us options traders looking for movement. Took a loss on that failed retest, so just watching till I see an 80% entry forming. What retest did you take, Maddie? I'd love to see it, because I was just covering how there wasn't a clean retest. You had this first initial 40% move on the 1 and 5 minute, and then the retest trade just wasn't that clean, because it was, you either get in and you caught the pump, or you didn't get in and then you waited because it, again, was already moving a lot. It was moving a lot. But I'm glad to hear that you're using mental reps to build back some confidence, because that, again, is the best form of really just reshaping yourself, refreshing yourself, reapproaching the charts without trying to make the same mistakes, because, again, it's kind of hard to do that. Because not every day trades the same way, so you can't sit here and be like, well, I'm the set variable and why I keep losing. Like, no, I mean, you might just be taking weak setups, and I'm not even just talking to Maddie at this point, I'm talking to everybody. So make sure you find a pattern at a good spot. Make sure you understand, oh, okay, this is the resistance that we pushed over. Let's see if we can hold it. If you see a bullish hammer appear there, take it. Leave your stop under that low. And vice versa. Find a good pattern and stick to it. You guys do have a slightly inside bar on the 5 minute. It's the candle before the latest green candle. And then this green candle was a positive print. So we're looking for a push through 434.50s. Or a flush under 433.10. Alright, reading more of y'all. Sorry, I'm catching up. Hey, B, is the OB breakdown from Leland from 8 months ago? Wait, what? Yes, that's Leland. My bad. He said that video kind of sucks, though. I need to make a new one. No, it doesn't. Shut up. That video's fine. he always says that shit. His video is great, actually. That's actually why I made the video I made, because of his video. If you go to channels, look, he's the second guy. I got him right after Jake. Right here. Trading the outside bar from 10 months ago. He breaks down every rule here. He breaks down how to trade it, what to look for when you are looking to trade it, and he did it all in 14 minutes. Right? Go to my channel. Go to my little inside bar video. I took 29 minutes to cover my topic. So, I think we all know who the true expert is here. Leland can cover it a lot faster than I can. But in both of our videos, though, what I was trying to express, though, is that both of them are actually in depth. It's not just like... See, when you go to, like, any YouTube video, and I'm going to just break down the algo of why every other trader's full of shit. But if you go to... Let's just do a new chart. We'll do the Mel chart. No, I can't mess with the Mel chart. We got to do a new one. Mess with this one to remind myself. So let's say you go to YouTube, right? And you type in how to chart the outside bar. You're going to find someone say, well, you got to have a candle here, and then you got to have a candle here, and then you draw your lines like this. And then that's it. That's it. That's all you do. That's all you do. That's the outside bar. Bam, that's done. That's like 99% of explanations of an outside bar. 99% of inside bars. Oh, well, first you got to have your candle here, and then you want to have that secondary candle trade inside of it. If it's a harami, you want to have it be a fourth of that previous candle, like a pregnant baby. That's what you call it. It's the Japanese name for harami, by the way. I'm not making up a weird joke. You want to have the candle trade inside of it, and then you want to draw your lines like this. You just want to do this, and that's it. You trade that. That's it. That's all you have to do. You go from here to here and here to there. That's it. It's like, what? You just gave me the most vague explanation I've ever heard in my life. And there are people who get millions of engagement from people online, on Twitter and YouTube, and that's all they cover. I shit you not. That's all they cover is just the levels. If you go to me and Leland's video, we cover that, but we also go further in depth on what you actually want to see when trading it. Both bulls and bears. Not just giving you the most vague explanation for content. Shit's mad annoying. Alright, we can delete the mess with this. I didn't even mess with it. Didn't even mess with it. We need to go to this chart. And then we need to go to this chart. Oh, wait, we can sit here for a second. Let's go through a couple charts first. I'm sure you guys are tired of staring at SPY. So Tech, Pure Blood Sector, XLK made it up to the next level at 171.30s after defending their today's open and getting over their previous day close. Now they're kind of chilling in range, but they are still above previous day highs. Healthcare, really just range trading above previous day highs. We'll see if they maintain gains throughout the rest of the day. Banks, also kind of in the same seat. I guess that's going to be the trend for all of these charts. They're just all above their previous day highs. Some of them are holding their gains a little bit better, though. Like you can see Tech, that looks all right. Healthcare, not looking too pretty yet. Banks, definitely a good reaction so far. We need to see a little bit more off of that today's open bounce that we're seeing right now. Discretionary also not just coming down above their today's open, but holding a higher low of that today's open. So if we can see a continuation of that or a break of that, that can cause more plays to step in. Comms, same story. Today's open, today's low. Really just focused on it between here and here for a hold or a break. But they're taking their time because they know a lot of people are watching that. They know a lot of people are going to be looking at the easy levels like this right here. This is easy to see. This is something that you and me normally look at every single day, and not everyone does. But today, because we're gapped up, everyone sees this. It's easy to see. So of course it makes sense that we need to break this support. But they might not do it in a timely manner where you're wanting to, you know, burn up all your cash. Dat new. Zoom in on this one. Come on. We like the calming candle voice on Leland videos. Yeah, I'll go from my annoying voice to Leland and username, and it's like, wow, these guys have great voice videos. Bueller sucks. I sound a wee bit sleepy. I'm fine. But okay. Weird comment. Holy crap. I just now saw results in review channel. Daffy tore it up. That one I'm not surprised about. Daffy always tears it up. Jay in there tearing it up. Other Jay tearing it up. For Profit tearing it up. React is tearing it up. Maddie tearing it up. Entry stopped out. Oh, I see what you went for, Maddie. So the thing with me with what you did, Maddie, and you already pointed it out. I'm not, like, here to bash you. The thing with me with you looking for a... It was after this bounce. Okay, so you were looking for, like, kind of like right here. So the thing with me with this bounce that you're looking for here is, like, yeah, you are looking in the right spot. It just wasn't time yet. So we went up, right? Made this high. Then we came back up. Made a lower high. So the bounce already happened. So I need to see a hold of the bounce, right? So maybe let's do it like this. So you know how I draw my supply and demand? I go from like the high of the move to the open of the last green candle, and that's a supply. And then if I see a reversal to the upside, I'll grab that low and I'll go to the top of the last red candle over here, and that'll create an area of demand. You know, kind of think about it like that. You could see it right here. They had a high. They came down. We don't know they're going to make a lower high right here. We just think this is a dip, right? We think this is a bullish dip. So let's mark it. Let's go from the high, or from the low of that candle to the high of that candle before the reversal, right? Let's draw that. Let's just extend it over a little bit. And you can see this is really where you want to be looking for your bounce, right? So I don't just need to be looking for price to get here again, and then I buy it randomly. I need to be looking for price to get here, and then show me buying pressure. I need to see a bullish hammer, a piercing line, and engulfing. Any kind of gap down to gap up would be a great Morningstar reversal. Anything would be better than nothing. Than just saying, oh, well, price got there, let me buy it. Which I'm not saying that's what you did. I'm just saying that's how a lot of people think. And you can see right here, I mean, Captain Hindsight, of course, but you can see they failed. Rejected, rejected, rejected. Now they're having problems getting back above what could be a bullish area, but they're still holding above today's open. So it's almost like between here, whoops. So it's almost like between here and then that demand, what was that? That demand zone, sorry, is almost like a no trade zone. This is like an almost no trade zone unless you see buying pressure here or selling pressure here. Just based off that. That's just how how you see it. You know, you don't have to actually draw any of that. But you had price push up, make that high, came back down. Awesome. They held above 433.70s. This is the exact area we wanted to see hold for any kind of 80% entries. I almost said 80. But I see here on your screenshot, you bought right before that, and then you cut into this zone. I mean, overall, it looks like you made the right decision because they just kept pushing lower, and this would be weird for you to be still holding. But overall, they just jump roped it ever since. And this is, again, just indecision. But let me know if that makes sense. Let me know if that helps you out. But good trade review. Seriously, when I was hyping you guys up, I'm not just talking about the winners. There's a lot of good loser posts in here, too. I like that you guys broke it down and you're being open with yourself. Let's see Dividends Bull. He said, bought first contract as SPY broke and held 443.30s. Took profit, and then second I was chasing and hoping for new high of day and held to the golden, waiting for my bounce, but hit my stop loss and switched to puts. I was chasing, should have been more patient instead of jumping into contracts. I'm going to review a lot this weekend. Let's see. Is this the 1 or 5 minute? This is the 1 minute. Okay. So you bought calls here. That's interesting. So on I'm just gonna review it. I know you've already reviewed it. You probably don't even want to hear this, but overall, I gotta review it. This was a late buy. I think we kind of talked about this. So if this was a 40% entry, definitely late because you missed it on the 5 minute and the 1 minute by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 7 minutes. You pretty much bought at the next target. This is like a chasing type feeling, like you said. This is a clear example of chasing. You saw it work. You saw it start to work more. You're like, all right, now I'll get in. Now it's definitely more validated. And it did work for a little bit more, but it was definitely almost impossible to try to get out of that trade successfully due to how high up you had entered. And then let's see what you did. Oh, you did get out. Oh, you got out here. Okay, you got out there. And then you got more calls here, which that's a little scary. So pattern recognition. This is a pretty bearish candle. Anytime you have a wick up and a pullback down, that means buyers had to go all the way up here and then all the way back down, which means sellers took that second half. So that's how you should view that. That's why hammers are my favorite, because they're so easy to see, because it's a clear representation of a seller candle. And if you have the opposite, of course, and it's a clear representation of a bullish candle, like right here. They dipped down, they made it look really, really bad. They almost hit today's open, and then they wicked it right back up. So there's buying pressure there. So in your head, in my head, I like to draw these lines like, oh, a cone. It went up. So it looks like your second entry was another chasing. I feel like this was chasing as well. Yeah, and then another example of chasing down here. I see you got puts at, what is this, 433.87? What is that? Oh, right here. Which this one makes a little bit more sense because you're actually breaking something, but you're inside of the range of what is a bullish area. We had a higher open. You should be bullish as long as this is holding. And it came down to this, which means what? You're the closest to the area of where the decision is going to be made, right? Which means a big move can come from here to the upside until broken. Until we see the break of this, you can get good moves from buyers off of this. Remember what I talk about when I do the drawings and we're like, if you guys are in a downtrend and you see price trading like this, and then I give you the number example, I'll type it out again. Like 1 here and then 2 here. So on 1, who has the best favorability for calls or puts? Who has better favorability here, bulls or bears? Who has better positioning here off of this downtrend, but off of this bottom part of it? You see that there's movement off of it. Let's say we're looking right here. Who has better favorability of going up or down? Let me know. Bulls, exactly. Bulls have more favorability. And what about the opposite? Bears. Bears would have more favorability. So when you're shorting down here, it looks good because you're zoomed in like this. Because you have a high, a lower high, and you see a breaking of a new low. But what you're not seeing is the important level. What was today's main focus? Today's open, right? This is just because we gapped up. That's why it's our main focus. I know I keep repeating that. We had base build, had a good move up, good high, good potential lower high that rejected and pushed away. And then it's almost like you're getting an open range breakout for bears, right? But it's not, because the order of operation tells us step 1, we were bullish from the open. So you're almost buying at probably the worst spot of the chart for puts. You should be buying up here for puts if you're wanting to chase like that, looking for those in-between trend trades. Right now, I don't recommend that. If you're a beginner, I really do focus on 40%, 80%, lower highs, higher lows. Follow the order of operations. Don't stick outside of that. So I just wanted to point that out, though, because that can be kind of hard to see. Because it can be confusing. I broke it down for you. I said, look, when you're zoomed in like this, it's like, oh, this is the best bear setup I've ever seen. But then you're like, oh, wait. We didn't break anything yet. If anything, I'm shorting into where there's buyers. Until proven otherwise. It's a very good term, until proven otherwise. And let's see. Do you have another trade after that? No, that was it. Okay. So yeah, constant review. I would say that's just what everyone here needs. Just a little bit more review, more time, more mental reps. I wouldn't say you guys are making completely stupid mistakes. They're not stupid. You're not stupid, so that's good. But good reviews, good reviews. That was a lot of fun. Little kind of constructive criticism. If I sounded a little violent or aggressive towards you, I promise you I'm not being judgmental. We're just going over y'all's reviews. No, they are stupid mistakes in the grand scheme of things, because you guys are better than that. With how I see it, you're better than that. You know, you shouldn't be making mistakes like that, especially 3 times in a row, is how I see it. But no, I mean, that has nothing to do with, you personally. But that's a big thing a lot of people do. I still do it myself. I'll find myself entering a trade, and then I'm like, wait, this is great. And then it doesn't work out. I cut it. I'm like, okay, why didn't that work out? I thought I liked this a lot. And then I look at it for like literally 5 seconds. And within 5 seconds, if you can't figure out why you did what you did, then you were probably gambling. If you can't be like, oh, wow, I was clearly chasing right here. Why didn't I see that? I need to zoom out more. Remind yourself of that. Write it down on a sticky note. Put it on your screen. Put it on something. You sound sexier when you were angry, B. Thank you, Daffy. Not at all. Love the constructive criticism. I have to make that clear because I don't want you guys to think I'm judging you or anything, because I make these mistakes too. All of the best traders in my chat make these mistakes too. It has nothing to do with you being dumb or you're like the only person who's doing this. No, everybody does this. They're very common mistakes. But this is why we released that order of operations video. Hopefully we can get everybody more geared towards doing things in a correct order, not just doing them every time they see it, because then that gives you more of a constant variable. If you short every low or high, you're going to go broke eventually. I'm sorry. You're going to go broke. If you were to long every high or low, you would go broke. Yes, that's a bullish thing, but does that mean every high or low is bullish? No. What if we just broke a massive support and this is you coming off of a level we just bounced off of because it was a target for bears? Then it's still bearish. You're looking for bearish continuation until proven otherwise, until we retake the level that validated more bears to flood through. And it's a step-by-step process, too, because every day we open up differently. We have a higher open, lower open, and neutral open. Sometimes we're in the smack dab middle of our previous day high and low. Sometimes we're above our high. Sometimes we're above our previous day low. Not every day is going to be the same. But the levels and the system and the routine of how you look, oh, this next level above, that's my break for calls. Next level below, this is my break for puts. That's always going to be constant, regardless of where you open. And that's why I like this system, because you can have price open up here. Okay, then this is our plan. We form it around this level and this level. Oh, price open down here? All right, well, we're focused on this level and this level then. It's always something there to help you have a path. Because it sucks, you know, when you open up the day and you're like, all right, what am I about to do? There's a lot going on, a lot of noise. Also, guys, don't focus on news. You should focus on when news is coming out, but you shouldn't have to give a shit about what the news is. Stop trying to guess what the Fed is going to do. Stop trying to guess when the war is going to stop in Ukraine or in the Middle East. Stop trying to guess all this stuff. Stop trying to have an opinion and stop trying to be right. What you need to be doing is being pivotal. You need to be pivotal. Being able to do anything. Oh, I need to go short here? Bet. Awesome. Great. I saw that break of structure. I see this lower high. I'm in. I like it. I don't care that this is happening overseas or this is happening in our country or Biden's economics or Trump's running for whatever. None of that matters. None of that matters. None of that matters. What time it comes out, some of that might matter. You know, the timing of it. Oh, hey, there's big news coming out. Maybe let's trade less. That's more of what I'm speaking to, more than, oh, I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican or I'm for Hamas or I'm for Palestine or I'm for Israel. No one cares. We're not for that. We're stock traders. We're not politicians. We're not people who have biases. We're not people who have opinions. We are people who are pivotal. You are a sniper, not a shotgun. Share a picture into the Discord. I see a lot of people are updating anyway, but I like to still post it. Don't use that word, Timmy. Don't use the H word. Just remember, though, look at the bigger time frame. We had a move up, consolidation, a move down, short-term consolidation, move down, reversal, move up. What is needed on this chart? Consolidation. Now, I'm not saying you're going to get sideways movement like this every day. It's not going to be like this every day. That's just how it is today, because this is probably the candle that stops us short-term. Unless we get another higher open next week. But overall, what you want to look for is if we get a lower open next week. If we get a lower open under this candle, that's not going to be good. We'll most likely fill that gap. We'll most likely run back towards here and try to get some sort of consolidation going, which will be good for what? Not just bulls, not just bears. Good for both sides, because for them to have any kind of move outside of this range, they need this. For the bears to have any kind of move back down to here to maybe make a higher low or to maybe take out those lows, they need this. They need the built-up energy. They need that consolidation. So on the bigger time frames, you should expect some more range trading, but in a large range. I'm speaking between 423 and 438. I'm talking about a $15 range here. So there's going to be some range trading in here to some extent very soon. It's just, when is it going to happen? And then after it does happen, who takes control? Which by that time, we'll probably have that that question answered with some sort of pattern popping up at either the resistance or the support. And then we'll probably swing. But for now, what you need to be looking for is what's next. And does the range trading occur here? Do we pop this new high? All kinds of things can happen from here. But you can see, massive recovery after the massive pullback. Thank you, boss. Needed that today. No problem, man. Whatever I did. That one guy is always in the updating. He's in... Oh, shut up, Jack. You're that guy. That's funny. This one guy on trade floor is really annoying, man. Maddie, I'll have to download that. What did you send in the off-topic channel? I'm sure it's a meme to some extent or something. But it says screen recording and then it says download it. It's only 2 megabytes. It's probably a very, very quick video. It's just a video. Okay. I just didn't want to get a virus. I'll check it out after the stream. I don't know if I'm going to do a full day stream, though, to be honest. This price action was very highly expected, but I'm trying to give it a little bit because I know every time I end a stream, it starts to move. When we get these consolidation days, you'll either get a big break of 433s or you'll get a big new high of day. But that's what I would be looking out for next. I don't think I'd be looking for any kind of in-the-range moves right now. You're still bullish, but it's very hesitant. It's a Sopranos clip. Oh. Zaya, CDO stands for current day open. That would be our current day open. Good question. When you said Sopranos, Maddie, I was thinking of that scene where they're like in the sandwich shop and he's like talking about turning in those like terrorists or whatever. It's like, damn, Tony Soprano's like a true American. He's a true patriot. You're good, Zaya. With all the different abbreviations, it can sometimes mix together as well. So I never get frustrated when someone asks about the abbreviations because I sometimes also am like, I mess them up. I'll be like, PMH, PDH, PDL, CDO. It can get crazy. And then you got like all these extra ones, you know, like sometimes to like say like previous week high or previous week open or previous week low. Like it's quicker to type and it makes sense when you start to read it that way. But you know, even when you are seasoned in reading the abbreviations that way, sometimes they can mix together and it's like, wait, what did I just say? So it's okay. There's a lot of abbreviations, so definitely can't beat that up. Plus, there's also like the patterns. I'll be like, DCC, guys, do you know what a DCC is? It's dark cloud cover. But, you know, might as well just say the name. September 20th, there's a gap to cover at 4403. Yes, sir. I also have our September 21st support that we were talking about. Which if you go to that, that's right here. That's this level right here. This is where September 21st made its stance, and then it reversed. And then we had, you know, weeks go by, and then we broke that support. Weeks went by, now we're back up to it and above it now. So, definitely pretty crazy. I have it X'd out still. It's right here. But yeah, held it for a little while, came back down, range traded around it, broke it again, and here we are again, right back around that same 433.30 again. And that's kind of why I have us more focused on the King Carnage chart, because it just shows the simplicity of everything. This is where we just jumped from. This is where they could have slowed down and rejected to make a higher low, but they didn't. They gapped up over it, held it. This is where they could have retested, but they didn't. They just kept rallying. And now that we've gotten to recent supply, now we're like, well, they can get up here and reject, or can get up here and well, just do what they've been doing, I guess. But we'll see. So just kind of keeping it, really, just like I said, simple. Trying to keep it as simple as possible. You got your own chart, yes sir. That was the one you told me to draw yesterday, and then I kind of added to it, as you could tell. You remember you and me were talking about this level here? Well, it wasn't really relevant, but I wanted to keep it because it is relevant. Also, what else could I draw here? If I have a supply, if I have this in-between pivot point, what is something else on this chart that I can draw? Again, based on supply and demand. Does anybody see it? Yeah, never tested, but still important. But does anybody see what else we can draw on that bottom right chart? What else can we draw here? And now, it might not be relevant right now, but what can we draw on that chart? I didn't mark it, but I guess this could be a fun little trick question. It's a trick and it's not a trick at the same time. But what could we draw on this chart? We have supply, we have an in-between pivot point. What else could we draw? Fib, PMH. You're good, Timmy. Fib. Okay, I mean, you're not all looking in the wrong direction. I can't beat you up for saying fib, but what I was looking for was demand. Remember, I said it wasn't really relevant right now because it's really far, but we can draw demand on this chart. I have supply. I have this in-between pivot point. I can draw demand. How do we draw demand, everybody? I want to see that you guys know. How would I draw this demand from the bottom of this chart? What would I draw it from? What are the rules for how we draw our demand? Remember what I talked about with those previous day high supplies, previous day low demands. It's the same rules. How would I draw this potential demand at 409.20s? Where would I draw from? Oh, you're good, Maddie. You're good. It's kind of hard to look at. I should have just opened just this chart and asked you guys, but I wanted to keep the updates here for anybody who was looking at intraday. Exactly. The low to the high of the last red candle before the reversal came through. Exactly. That is 100% correct. So we're going to go from the low of this candle, and I'm just going to go above it because I have that setting on. And you can click it, edit properties, and then I like to cheat, but for example's sake, we're just going to add a couple days. I like to add it to 2025 so I don't ever have to worry about it again. But potentially, moving forward, these are the main areas we need to be focused on in the bigger time frames. If they reject here, break this, come down to here, we can look for bullish patterns. We can look for bearish patterns until proven otherwise. We can look for bullish patterns until proven otherwise. We can look for all kinds of trading here because all kinds of settling type price action will be there. But does that make sense to everybody on the bigger time frame? Again, that is a daily time frame. Does that make sense to everybody before I remove all my little yellow lines? See, Taylor has a sticky note. That's good, because it's hard to remember those rules until you've drawn them a lot more. Amazing job. Thank you for leading by example. Yes, Michael O, yes. My bad. I was reading and typing. I was slow. But yes, Michael, you got it. Michael O. Welcome, Michael O. I feel like I've never seen your name before, but you have a yellow star. Welcome, nonetheless. We appreciate you. Thank you, Timmy, for answering him while I was clearly not paying attention. I appreciate that a ton, man. Thank you, for real. I'm glad to see you guys all working together well and helping each other out, too. It's a nice thing to have in the community, because it's easy to say, you know, oh, you're confident in this and that when you're winning. But, man, it is hard to scrounge up any level of confidence or anything, for the most part, when you're down and in the gutter. But having a community like this behind you, it really does kind of help you. Keeps you up, keeps you in a better mood, keeps you in better habits, better discipline. Been here on and off, thank you. Hey, that's totally fine with me. I do not mind that at all. We have a lot of lurker traders in here, to be honest. People who are just kind of growing with the system and waiting to speak more until they feel more confident. And that's totally fine with me. I've told every single one of those people, you know, that's great. I'm proud of you. I'm very happy for that. Because that's so true. You shouldn't have to do anything until you're comfortable with it. I agree with that. Felt that. Yeah, man. It's serious, because you guys hear this advice from me, but it's because I use it myself. Like, anytime I'm down in the gutters, where do I go? Well, when I'm done crying or I'm done sleeping, I go into the chat. I focus on what's happening in there to get myself back in the zone, to get myself back where I need to be. And every single time it works. Because I know that when I go in there, there's people all looking at the same stuff as me. They're all trading the same strategy. They're focused on the rules of everything. So if I ever step out of bounds and I make that aware to someone else, they're going to be like, yo, dude, you're out of bounds. You're literally chasing a trade, or you're doing this, or you're doing that, or you did this wrong, or you did that wrong. It's like, oh my God, you're right. You're right. You know, getting that outside perspective from another trader that is just like you. They're not any better than you, and you're not any better than them. But it is nice to help each other open each other's eyes a little bit more. And I really do feel that when I'm in this community. Like, anybody could pick me up in this community. Anybody. Just because they're a member of the chat. Just because I know if they've been there for a while, like they've seen some shit or they've traded the markets for a while, and they've seen it. They've felt the pain we have all felt and seen. I'm not alone in seeing this. But good question, Michael. Thank you for answering it yourself, as well as Maddie for helping you, and Timmy. Or no, that was Timmy, my bad. What else we got? What else we got? And this is how you should be charting every single intraday chart. Every time you go to Apple, well, I don't have it right now because we're focused on the bigger time frame chart with this one. Demand to overhead supply. But my big thing is for the intraday charts, being able to do that every single day, like a maintenance kind of thing. Like, okay, here's my high, here's my low. Draw that for Monday. You know, that should be in your head already. That should be part of your task. Like, oh, okay, this needs to be done before Monday. I need to do this after today's close, but before Monday. You need to have all of your charts re-maintenanced, re-cleaned up again, ready to go. 30 minutes still shaping up, guys. Remember we talked about how this could turn into a really slow 4-bar play? We still might be getting that here. But we'll see. Also, the 1 minute looking a little bit better with the curl-up move. 5 minute as well. But again, guys, it's Friday. A lot of your earnings are finished. A lot of your big news has already come out. So don't be excited, or don't be freaked out if we don't get a big move after this. But we have a lot of built-up energy, so I would like to add that we could get a very powerful end of the middle of the day move or into the end of day. Whether it's up or down, I don't know. I'm just letting you know we're still holding bullish, and there's a lot of consolidation built up. This is really good for an intraday move. So we might not be done. We might actually get a move soon. Like a bigger one, not just a higher open. Which that's another thing you guys need to kind of take into account. Like if we are range trading for like 5 days and then we gap up $10, is it really fair to say we should keep going up higher until we see, until we see more? No, it's not fair to say that because you just gapped up $10. It's a lot of used energy. A lot of used fuel on the chart. But yeah, bulls are not giving up yet. Do I have videos in the 3-bar and 4-bar plays? I think I have some really old videos on it, but it's just something I go over so much that no, I do not have one video on it. They're just bullish continuations or bearish continuations. And you can watch this. Actually, I guess I answered my own question. Yes, I do have a video on this. Here, let me show you this. This is the only video you need in regards of any bullish or bearish continuation, which, guys, a 3-bar play, a 4-bar play, a bull flag, a bear flag, a wedge, any of this shit, any of these random chart patterns and patterns you guys like to look at, they are all continuation patterns. That means something was already going in a direction, then this pattern popped up, and then that direction is probably going to continue, or it breaks out of that pattern and it goes back to where it came from. So these are possible continuation patterns, and this is how you can draw any fib around any of these. Let me find the video first. Hold up, I don't remember the name of it. I think it's... Here, let me just type in how. Hold up, hold up. I'm gonna find it very quick, and you're gonna be like, no way. Wait, guys, that might be a... that might be a members-only video, and I didn't even notice. I might make that public right now, if that's... That is a members-only video. Hold up, I'm gonna go fix that. We're gonna make that public. But basically, this video breaks down how you can draw a fib for any of these continuation patterns, and it'll tell you if it's reversing or not. But let me get the video. I think it is a part of the members only thing. Let me find it. That's why the search bar didn't work, by the way. Oh, we got so many videos. Let me catch up to this. 75 videos in the premium section, I just realized. Swings, day trade, swing, day trade. There's so many videos. I must have made this so long ago, that's why I can't remember the name. This video probably didn't get that many views because I didn't label it like that either. I probably didn't label it, oh, how to trade a bullish or bearish continue. I probably labeled it how to draw a fib to see if something is revert. Like, I probably named it something really, really dumb. Something really, really vague. I'm gonna find this, and you're gonna get a link. I promise you. But I guess I'll just cover it right now since I can't find the video instantly. But let's say you have this like setup, right? You're going for a potential bullish continuation. You'd go from your low. Why is it messing with me? Oh, that's why. Let's say you're going from your low to your high. Essentially, you're bullish as long as this holds. You're bearish if that reverses, if that breaks. This would be what keeps your 3-bar play going. What happens when a 3-bar play doesn't pop up? A potential 4-bar play. What happens when a potential 4-bar play doesn't happen? We have more consolidation. What is this now called? It's just bullish continuation. This is why I don't like to label my patterns. Rising wedges, falling wedges, bull flags, bullish rectangles. I don't like to label them that because they're very vague. What isn't vague is the fib. Me going from the low to the high of that move, and then just watching two levels, watching a range of two levels. So if I can see bullish pressure pop up here or bearish pressure pop up here to go to the downside, then I know what direction we're most likely moving in. So it doesn't matter if I have a 3-bar, a 4-bar, a bullish continuation where it's a bullish rectangle or bull flag, or vice versa for bears. All of these patterns exist for the opposite side as well. That is what you would focus on. Did I delete this video? Like, where is this thing? Oh, it is a public video. I'm just blind. Here it is. It's called SPY retest versus reversal and how you can tell which is which. I don't know why that was I was trying to type in how and I couldn't get this video to pop up. But this is the video. I'll link it now. But Zaya and Paper Hands, the two that were asking about that, did that somewhat help you guys out a little bit? The breakdown as well as the video. Hopefully the video helps you out a little bit. It's only 4.5 minutes, so I think it literally is going to break down what I just told you. Yeah, see how we pushed up, closed higher, and then we went up and slowed down? Well, for me to see where are we going to keep going, all I did was go from where we broke out to where we slowed down at that time. And then we had 1, 2, 3 candles hold, and then a fourth push higher. Okay, now I know we're pushing higher. I don't have to second guess it. So that's essentially what this video covers, is what I just went over. So we went over the intro, reversal. I even covered volume in this video. Wow. Yeah, this is an old video. 5 months. But the information is still... I don't use volume as much anymore, but the fib and everything you see in the video, we still use all of that. And if you want to use volume, if you want to use the 9 EMA, you can. These are great side confluences to have. Just don't let them turn into noise. Okay, they did help great. I'm glad that did, because I wanted to make sure I got that to y'all, and I was kind of stuttering and trying to find that video, so I wanted to make sure that made sense. Good, good, good. But I'm serious. Fibs are powerful. Anytime you have a break of a level, and then you go up and slow down, all you have to do is go from that level to the slowdown point, and then whoever continues to hold that range has direction. If they break it to the downside, they have direction until the low of that move, then they can break low of that move. If they don't, they end up holding it, well, they can slowly work over the fib again, and then push higher. But you see how you're still focused on the low, the high, and then everything outside of that is extra? Why don't you use volume much anymore? It's just noise. Honestly, it's noise. I see volume as noise a lot more now. It is helpful if you can read it correctly, which I like to read it. But I'm not joking. As a community, it has confused more people than it has helped, so I'm done using volume. Because I could sit here and break down exactly why rising price and lowering volume is bearish. But then you'll see it invalidate, and then you'll question it, and then you won't use it again. And that's the case with a lot of people that end up using volume. So I just haven't been using it, because what is more important is the pattern recognition, is the candlestick itself, the control of what level, the order of operations. None of that stuff do you need volume. Now, volume is great, don't get me wrong. If you see a high amount of volume and you see a small candle with a big wick, that's a very powerful candle. That is a powerful candle waiting to explode. And vice versa. If you have smaller candles approaching support or smaller candles approaching resistance, you'll probably see also smaller volume, lowering volume, and then it leads up into higher volume as you get to the lower part of that, either the support or resistance, whatever direction you're going in. Volume is very helpful, but it's also noise. And if you guys are in the Discord, go to here. So here's the Discord. Try to hide all those fools over there. And then go to the educational section. We have a channel called Volume and Fibs. This channel was made by two of some of the best traders in my chat. Jay Bake, my boy Jay Bake. And then my boy Leland. Where you at, Leland? There you are. My boy Leland. So both covering every kind of fib, every kind of piece of volume you could ever ask for is in that channel. You only need basic membership access to see that channel. To all of the educational section. There's a ton of information in there. And it's all still relevant. That's the craziest part. Like, every Discord will have, like, this huge educational section. You'll click through it, and you're like, what the hell even is half of this? None of it makes sense, and some of it's from, like, 10 years ago. Some of it's just screenshots of other people's resources. It's even worse. Oh, my bad, Taylor. She was also linking... how you guys can check this out, too. He was also saying, good question. Somebody else had a question about a 3-bar play. Somebody linked my video in there. Wait. I still have it. Thank you, guys. Everybody helping each other out. Everybody linking different resources and kind of breaking stuff down with each other. Do you guys watch the tape? I do not. I can watch the tape. I choose not to. I really only used to use the tape for watching like quick breaks. Like if I saw like 434, 46, that's like the level I'm looking at, right? And I see that pop up on the tape, and then I see them skip that number, or worse, or better, I guess I should say better. I see I see random numbers going through at that price, like people buying like 6,031 or 10,524. That means that they're getting in to get in. They don't care about what price they're getting in at. They just want to get in because they know this move is going. So sometimes I used to read the tape, but when I would scalp trade, especially, it was really only when I used to read it. But no, I don't read the tape anymore. I'm serious. You really don't need that stuff. You really just need patterns, good levels, or good areas to look at, and good just rules, really. Anything else you add on top of that can be noise, but can also be helpful if you allow it. EMAs, MACD, RSI, VWAP, Ichimoku, whatever you guys want to use. That makes a lot of sense on what you watched for, though. Yeah, exactly, because I was just looking for like crucial areas, and I was like, oh, okay, I want to see excitement around those areas, and then when I do see it, I know that I'm in the right direction, or I know that it's slowing down if I don't see that excitement. So it's all psychology a little bit too, but it is kind of fun to watch the tape. At the same time, though, it can make you go crazy. So be very careful if you are into reading the tape. I have amazing friends that love reading the tape. I have nothing against it. But I'm just not comfortable with covering things I don't use as much, so you're not going to see me make videos on the tape, or you're not going to see me make videos on this or that. Like, I really am just going to be focused on my system. And I think we're finally rounding the corner on, like, everything that we'll ever need ever. I feel like in my head I always had everything. Like, oh, I have the system, we're good. But then when you started teaching it to other people, it's like, wait, we don't have everything. What else do we need? What else does this system need? And I feel like order of operations, the staircase method, I feel like these are two things that were later added on that are just good rule sets. I don't think they're like, these are a new strategy, or they're not new strategies. They're just good rule sets to follow that'll help you logically trade better. The staircase method, that's a great method for getting into trades, getting out, slowly growing your confidence over time, while also slowly growing your account over time with actual rules in place, not just, I want to grow it. And then, you guys know the order of operations. I've been spamming talking about that the last couple days now. But I just feel like the system has everything it needs now. The rule sets, the discipline, the routine, the path ahead. I feel like it's just super clear. Now it's just about sticking to it, which again, I told all of you guys, the maintaining phase, the sticking to it phase, that can be the hardest phase of trading, because that's pretty much where you're left off forever from now on. Once you get to that point of understanding your system, understanding what you want to go for, now it's about sticking to it. How well can you stick to your system? How well can you stick to those rules that you wrote down? Over time, not just for this week, not just for next week, having a couple green weeks and then getting cocky and then losing it all, that is not progress. You might have learned something, but it's not progress. You don't want to be the person that blows up their account, in a week or two. You don't want to be the person that does well for a couple weeks, then loses it all in one or two trades and then can't ever, scrounge up the confidence to trade again. I've definitely seen a lot of people go that direction. Oh, that's awkward. Y'all didn't hear anything I said. I said Timmy, or let me just start over. Zaya said, is the consistency part mostly a mental thing, you think? I said yes. I would say 99% of it is, because it's all about sticking to your system. How far can you stick, or how close can you stick to your system? I swear I sounded smart 5 seconds ago. And I was saying on top of that, that it's when you start to stray away from your system is when you make these mental problems. You know, because again, your system is stable. Your mental is stable, right? But let's say you start to stray away from that stable system. Now you're unstable. Now your mental's unstable. What does that create? An unstable account, an unstable portfolio. And then I read Timmy's message. I said, yes. He said, you will get temptations to trade outside of your setups, and it will fail you if you give in to them. I said, yes, that is the best way that could... I pretty much word for word just repeated everything. But I said, yes, Timmy is correct. That is the best way that could have been put. And I said it with a lot more emotion. I can't really recreate that the second time around, Timmy. I'm sorry. And then I said, I got to pin that message. That's the most beautiful pinned message I could ever read. Oh. Bro, I muted my mic for 5 seconds. I can't believe I did that. I sounded way better the first time, but that was the gist of everything. I broke it down, I read Timmy's message, we pinned it. But that was the best way that could have been put. And then also I was thanking Timmy for having understanding of what's in front of him, because if you can trade what you trade off of, like your system, that's great. You have somewhat of an understanding. But if you can repeat out loud to someone else in a simplistic form to the furthest extent you can think of, in the most simple fashion ever, then you have full understanding of what's in front of you. Meaning, you could explain this to a child. Oh my god. Sandollar is becoming Santa. Sandollar, thank you for that, man. You did not have to do that. I appreciate you for that. Also, guys, it's not really just for my appreciation. That is crazy that he gave out 5 memberships to people. But Topher D, J Blonde, Steph B, Another Ninja, and Tally, we all know Tally, y'all were gifted another month, or your first month for all we know, of the channel's membership. Check that out. It's on the channel. You just click on the YouTube icon, go to my channel, whoops, and then go to membership, and then here you'll have everything you need. I'm going to post that and thank you on Twitter as well, Sandollar. I'm trying to be more like openly, whatever you call that. Openly grateful. Thank you, Sandollar. Of course. Guys, look at this. I'm not joking. I hate Twitter. Why would I be looking up Bernie Sanders? Why would I be looking up Bernie Sanders over someone I literally follow? Look, why do I have to type in his whole name? I have to type in y'all's whole name to find y'all. This is and this is everybody. Any one of you I find, I have to type out your whole name. Like, if I want to find Daffy, look at this. I can't just type Daffy. Where's he at? He's nowhere on this list, right? Alright, now watch this. Whoops. I can't remember your handle now, damn it. Oh, here it is. Look at this. Bitsy Pryat1. I have to type out his whole damn handle to find this man. Twitter makes no sense. But there you go, Sandollar. Thank you for blessing the gang. Appreciate that. I don't think people realize, like, it's not, he didn't just donate $25. Like, he just donated 5 memberships to where somebody has access to to over 75 videos for a month. That's crazy. He just gave someone a chance at watching a shit ton of videos they didn't have access to. That's crazy. That's why I always give extra recognition, because it's not just $25. It's like, dude, you just gave 5 people a month of access. That's crazy. Start the month out right side up. I appreciate that. It is the birthday month. Remember, guys, mark your calendars. We have the birthday full day stream, November 15th. That's 2 Wednesdays from now. Not next Wednesday, but the following Wednesday. November 15th, full day birthday stream for Bueller Buys. Wait, we are both Scorpios? Oh, there's more of you. One of my friends are messaging, by the way. If you hear me typing and it's not in chat, it's because one of my friends are gambling right now, and he's just non-stop winning, and he just keeps spamming me, and it's actually hilarious, because he's kind of killing it. 25.83. Like actual gambling, not trading. That's fucking crazy. What did I just read? My horoscope is an asparagus? What do you think is required to be consistent, though? I get everyone's different, but does it really just come down to Nike just do it? What do you mean? I broke it down. I was talking about how you have to, one, have your system. In my case, here, let's use me as an example. In my case, we'll use the BB system, the TA routine, all that stuff, right? You know, it's about how much can I stick to it. If I don't stick to it, then I'm not necessarily trading, am I? I'm gambling, right? If I don't stick to it, I'm gambling. So that's not even called trading. That would already kind of cut out part of that. So if you want to be consistent, you need to be on your own ass. You can't just do it. You got to get onto your own ass. You can't sit here and be like, "Oh, I'll just make mistakes. Oh, I'm just learning. I just got to give dollars to the market so I can learn." No, stop selling yourself short on this shit. It's not about that. You need to focus on sticking to what is in front of you. If you told yourself, I'm going to enter above 434.46 and I'm going to take profit at the wick of the high over here, then do it. Don't do anything outside of that. Who gives a shit if it goes $5 higher? Who gives a shit if it reverses and you cut and hit your stop loss? Stick to what you planned. What's your stop loss? What's your target? Then do it. Anything outside of that is literally gambling. If you want to be consistent, don't gamble. You have a consistent system in front of you, whatever it may be, you know, whatever. Because, again, there's a billion ways to trade on the market. There's a billion strategies. All of them work. But you know what doesn't work? Someone who doesn't stick to it. If you don't stick to what you practice, you're not necessarily doing anything. You're just throwing money at the market. That is the biggest step to take. And it's a step everyone has to take. Sometimes it takes years of learning that. You know, it's not something you just pick up off the go. And yeah, like you said too, Zaya, you said about forming strong habits and stuff. Like it's something you do over time. You can't just one day wake up and be like, I'm gonna stop being greedy. Nope. You have to form habits over time to stop being greedy. You can't just stop being greedy. It has to happen over time. It slowly escapes you. It slowly gets out of your system. There'll always be that hint of it, though. Let's all be real with ourselves. No, not online blackjack. It's something different. Similar, though. Damn, Timmy. 16 to 250. That's pretty crazy, actually. Oh, yeah. Good pickup, Timmy. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Zaya might not be on the live part of the stream. Yeah, if you're in the stream, guys, make sure you see the red dot. You see how mine's gray right now? It's because YouTube sucks, and it slowed me down. It says 10:45. This is 20 minutes late. Click live. Oh, hey, 11:05. I just haven't clicked on it the whole stream, so mine collected a bunch of lag. Yo, remember when I said yesterday, was anyone here when I said, you know how like people like act like they don't like drama, but then they all go read it anyway because they do actually like drama? Like that's exactly what the trading community is. Remember when I showed y'all that tweet and it had like 1 or 2K views? This is how many views that tweet ended up getting from yesterday, which means a lot more people read this that don't follow me. Which means a lot of people got shared this story of me calling out Nauer trades. Which means he probably did see my tweet, regardless of me having him blocked. Bro's probably got like 8 accounts. He's probably got a bunch of sheep that look around for him and stuff. But yeah, it's hilarious. Everyone's like, I don't like drama. I want to get away from negativity. And then everyone's probably sitting there like reposting it to each other, talking about it. It's like, do you though? Do you? That tweet will probably have 20K views by the end of the weekend. It's just funny how the human mind works. What's up? Sen from YouTube. He said, "Hi, question. I found you on YouTube but can't type in your live stream. All my live streams from now on. I can't spell. That's great. Yeah, let the new guy know I can't spell. That's good." I gotta put Leland third so they don't think that he's my favorite, even though he is. I can't play favorites openly. We have too many of those knocks. Why can't I just type in Jack and Wacko's name pop up? There we go. I just kind of went off on trade floor. Whatever. It's all true though. Sophisticated gambling with the suit and tie. Love drama, don't spread it. Yeah, literally. I live off negative, but observing it always a laugh. Oh yeah, Timmy, I saw you make your account. You were saying it the other day. I followed you. I saw you on there. And no, it's not drama on the trade floor. It's all facts. I was just saying I kind of went off. I was typing a lot. I didn't mean like I was going off on somebody. Spy is still just pushing. My bad, guys. I was like reading chat and y'all's messages and everything. Still just pushing. You can see the next bigger level is 437. You should, in your mind, try to keep every dollar out from the 433.70 breakout. So you're pretty close to your next psychological $1 target out every level. You're very close to that. Rambo. Jesus. Oh, y'all are adding... That's a mine. Oh, there is a cap limit. Oh, I've seen Rambo do that before. Where it's like the cap limit of how many emojis you can add. I didn't even know that was a thing until I saw him do it. It makes sense, though. BB, look at YouTube chat. Alright, bet. Yeah, I was answering a lot of Discord messages. Oh. Oh my god, Rambo, you're the fucking coolest person I've ever... Man, you're... I don't even know what to say, man. If you knew what was going on in my life right now, you would know that that's actually fucking insane that you just did that. I love you, man. He said, all love, BB. Glad I found my way here and will be here to the end of time. Love all the kind people here. I don't know why I can't read. If you want to sub today, please take the time to watch a vid and learn something. BB shouldn't be yelling at you. Facts. I shouldn't. Dude, thank you, Rambo. You did not have to do that, and I really am thankful for you, man. I have a lot of fun reading out y'all's messages from the chat. It's kind of cool because it's like, I like to be inclusive. I really love to be inclusive. I love to include you guys because it's a whole lot more than just, oh, let's follow Bueller, Bueller bye, blah, blah, blah. I love having the inclusive environment because it's like, all right, let's not just prove that my system works. Let's all prove that our system works. We're all doing it. So it's nice to like kind of have that outside example too of like, oh, it's not just Bueller doing good with it. Only he can trade it. Because like, there's a lot of famous strategies out there. I'm not naming names, but there's a lot of famous trending strategies to this day that still have not been proven by other traders. Only the guy who made them have been doing good with them. Everyone praises these people, and then they all do bad with it, and they're like, why can't I trade that well? Because it's not an inclusive system. It's literally some made-up bullshit. But in this environment, everyone can learn. Everyone can potentially get onto the same page, or at least close to being on the exact same page. But Rambo, seriously, man, thank you so much. You and the many people in chat, like I named in there. You know, I was serious about that. I read out all y'all's plays. I read out all y'all's reviews. I try to bring them all into the stream as much as I can so other people can catch on to it too. They're like, oh, wow, this guy's super bullish on Tesla. Let me see why. Oh, okay, wow, that's smart. Or seeing your guys' plays, you know, because it's not just signals. It's not just that. It's trading. We're actually trading together. So it's a completely different environment here. And it's because of people like you guys. I can't do it by myself. If it's just me by myself, this doesn't work. So, thank you. Seriously. Thank you, Sandollar. Thank you, Rambo. Thank you, everybody. But thank you, Rambo, especially. Thank you, though, for real. And yeah, spam the Rambo emojis. I think he's deserved a Rambo spam. See, the cool thing about Rambo is that he doesn't just rock the alias Rambo. He actually was a combat veteran, so he can rep the Rambo, guys. He could potentially actually be a Rambo. But yeah, shout out to Rambo. And to all of our vets. Appreciate you. Takes a different kind of person to do that. And then to come into here and donate $50, bro, that speaks so, that like I'm still thinking about your donation because like that speaks so many levels about the kind of person that you are. Love you, Rambo. Powell who? Yeah, literally. Who's Jerome Powell? Veterans Day next Friday? Oh, we're definitely celebrating. Damn, we gotta get all of our vets in here. I know a couple people from chat. I need to get Oscar, we need to get Rambo, and we need to get, what's his name? Bueller, have you ever... Bueller, check out the weekly candle. Have you ever seen anything like it? Let's see. Let me go to the single chart. I'm not gonna lie. I like this chart setup, though. I don't know about you guys, but I've actually found this to be kind of helpful. I don't normally do that time frame continuity or whatever the hell you say that word. Spy weekly, my bad. Back on task. Let's go to a more blank chart. Have I ever seen anything like this? Honestly, this kind of reminds me of like COVID. COVID had a lot of these like weird candles that... Now, this one is not a good example, but there was always, on the daily at least, there'd be always these candles where you'd have like these like huge sell-offs, and then you get like a soldier reversal. And those are like kind of hesitant for me, even me. I'm hesitant even with soldier reversals because they're not the strongest candle in my opinion. They're not in engulfing. They didn't start lower. They didn't trap anybody. They started higher, right? So people had a chance of getting out with minimal losses. So that it kind of like, it's not as strong as an engulfing or a kicker or even a morning star to me, in my opinion, because I feel like you see the actual trap. When you see soldier candles, I just don't like them as much. But let me go back to the current day. But this one is a little bit more impressive because it's not just a soldier of this candle. It's essentially almost an engulfing of the next of the previous week's candle as well. It's like, how is it doing all of this in one go? So no, I personally can't tell you if I've seen something exactly like this or not. Because like this, like you get these, like it takes a couple weeks, you know. Oh, soldier candle. Well, not really a soldier candle there, but almost. Like right here, actually, a perfect example. Right here. This is exactly what I wanted to cover. Right here. Thank you. So glad I found this. Here's a soldier candle. Right? We all see that? It started higher than the previous week's close. Finished higher than the previous week's open. That's the rule behind a soldier. So it finished higher, right? This is what you normally see happen after a soldier. This is very normal because it continues to hold the low of the candle pattern. And it gives a good 80% entry while also trapping people, because I'm sure there's bears thinking, oh, well, they're taking too long. They're going to send it down. And there's also people hesitating because they don't read candlestick patterns like you and I. So they're going to miss out on the first part of the move back up. They're not getting into the close of this candle. While you and me were in one of these weeks. We were already in. So this is what normally happens after a soldier candle. You see how this candle is way up here? And it took multiple weeks to engulf that pullback. That's not necessarily happening this time around. So go back over here again. You can see we have the same soldier candle. Well, maybe not the same. It's about 2 times the size of the one I was just going over. But you can see how it's reacting to that previous week. So in reality, we just really need to focus on some simple stuff. We just need to focus on the highs of those weeks right here. Because this is essentially going to tell us, yes, they want more. They start to reject. It might take some time. I want you guys to hear this next part very clearly. This next part is very important. So it's not just the fact that we need to be looking for bulls or for rejection for bears. What can also happen in between here? A large amount of range trading. Do you guys remember when I said we're probably going to need some range trading for either bullish movement or bearish movement? It doesn't really matter what direction. It's the fact that the chart needs some sideways in it now. It's had a large one-directional move with a little bit of correction in between, and a large one-directional move back up with no correction in between. There's been 0 correction since this move started, and you only had a little bit of one here. So we're back to square one from when we were up here. It's like, okay, are we going to work up to this gap? So we really are focused on these previous week's highs. That's it. But what I wanted you to hear, though, clearly, is that if we do get range trading, what do you need to see? So if we're looking for a bear setup or a bullish setup, it doesn't matter. We need to see them range trade in between here. Whether it's in here, a little bit out of it, a little bit under it, it doesn't matter. We need to see some sort of sideways action to give us structure. What do we look for when we look for a lead test or a base build move? Structure. So what do we want to look at on the bigger time frames now? Structure. That's the word of the day. But yeah, bulls ran this week, 100%. But that's a pretty cool example. I didn't realize we had one that was kind of similar to it, just not to the same extent. So we could be seeing the beginning of a very large bullish move. We could be seeing the beginning of a very large trap. I don't want anyone to think either or. Let's look at our other time frame too. We have that one that has all the info on it. You can see just how many levels they lost over the course. Look, we're still in the weekly, right? So they lost one area, 2, 3, got to the 4th. But it took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks. Look how many we held one, moved through 1, 2 zones. We just took 2 areas over the course of 1 week. That took us 5 weeks the previous time. So we're either about to just keep seeing a parabolic push into 440, 445 area, or you're going to see a slowdown that potentially tries to hold 428 to 430s, and then that can be your signal for, okay, we're going to try to move higher now. Pretty crazy breakdown, though. Honestly, the patterns lately have just been really clean, and some of them have been very violent. What's the opposite of a... Here, let's do this. What's the opposite of a... Wait, we need that chart. You know what? I need to just keep doing this. What is the opposite of a soldier pattern? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? We have that. We have the soldier pattern of the 3 white soldiers, and then what's the opposite? We have a blank and a 3 blank what? Who can tell me what the opposite of a 3 white soldiers or soldier pattern is? Black crows, exactly. 3 black crows. By the way, they're called white and black. Soldier used to be a white soldier, and then you have black crow. It has to do with the fact that when they used to read candlestick patterns, they didn't have colored candlesticks. It was literally just white and black. So that was what it was. Positive prints were white, negative prints were black. So that's why they're called that. The very old. If you guys have ever read about the Japanese rice traders, you know exactly where I'm going with that. But right there, you have a crow pattern right there. I just wanted to point it out because I saw it, and we were kind of covering the soldier, so it's nice to see the opposite pattern. But yeah, I'm going to keep that don't mess with this one chart, so if I ever need to go draw, we can just go to that one. I keep messing up my own chart. But good breakdown, guys. That was a fun little topic to go over. Good question by Leland. He sure knows how to jerk it out of me, doesn't he? What did you ask? I don't even know what you asked. You said check out the weekly, and then I just went off on my own rant. Check out the weekly candle. Have you ever seen anything like it? And then I just went off in my own direction. Pause. Yeah, that did come out weird. I didn't mean to say it like that. Pause. Interest rates, right? Alright, let's go back to the Dat Nunu chart. I want to see the full chart. Remember, if you guys want to ever have any homework for yourself, anybody who ever approaches me in DMs, I've had a bunch of you do that lately. Where you're like, Bueller, do you have any homework for me to do or anything I can do consistently over time to like give myself, I don't know, just something to do. And I give every single one of them the same thing. Some of them continuously do it to this day. Some of them gave up on it. Some of them do it on their own. They don't need to spam me or send me DMs. I don't think of it as spam. The homework you can do, sorry, I was brain farting, is once you have all your levels, once the day is completed, it's nice to kind of just go back and point out what, well, 1, how did the game plan do? Review the game plan. And then 2, what entries popped up from that game plan or from our levels? Try to look for some of them. You know, and yeah, you are being Captain Hindsight, but that's the point. You're trying to put it into your head so you understand what you're looking for. Then when it pops up in real time, you're not totally blind to the fact that, hey, this is bullish or this is bearish. But that's some really, really good homework you could do for yourself. Have your chart set up after the day's over, review it. How did the game plan do, and were there any entry types that you can find for yourself on that screen or on that chart? Mighty One. You have great ears, don't you? I was hoping nobody noticed, and you, of all people, said pause. Big candle energy. That needs to be a shirt, honestly. Big candle energy. I think we all know what it's normally, what the normal saying is. Misi said, crazy to think, just last Friday we were below 410. Now we're almost at 436. Timmy, we've gone over a couple, but I'd love to go over them again if you want. Pretty sure you were here when I went over them. Were you not? Maybe you stepped away. Or should I say, carted away? Ha 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 ha. Bad joke. Horrible joke. Shouldn't have made it. Big Wick energy. But yeah, we can go over them. Yes, there is a member named Big Wick Energy. I don't know where he went, though. I think he changed his name. Yeah, Timmy, we went over them a while ago, but we'll go over them again. Let's go over them right now. I'm gonna just leave it like this, because honestly, it shows every example. But let me zoom this back out, because we're not really focused on right now price action. Let me do this. There we go. All right, so we have our open. That's pretty clear, right? So, rule of thumb. We gapped up over previous day high supply, right? So, we're bullish. Let's higher open. That's pretty simple, right? And intraday, we're talking all intraday. When I say intraday, I'm talking today's price action. I don't care what happened about 3 days ago. I don't care what happened about 3 days from now. I'm talking about right here, right now, today. Short term only. So if you ever hear me say I'm bullish, I'm bearish, I'm literally talking about the next few moments. I'm not talking about 60 hours from now. Okay? So I want to make that clear too. Because some people will be like, well, dude, have you not checked the daily? We're clearly bearish. Or like, bro, I'm not talking about the daily. So before we move on, let's make that clear. We're talking about the intraday time frame. So what do we like to look for, Timmy? Everybody help me out here. What are the 4 types of entry that we like to look for? And if you have, you know, any version of their name, go ahead and say it. I'll get my notepad out. We'll do that. So before we start to review the entries, what are the 4 main entry types? Let's go over them. The good, the bad, the ugly, and the BB ones. And yeah, spam the chat with your answers. If you answer as quick as you can, answer as reliable as you can. Answer what answer you think is right. Retest breakout lead test. 40%, 80%, buy the dip, lead test. 40, 80, buy the dip, lead test. Yes, yes, yes. Everybody's getting it. And if you say lead test for the buy the dip, or you say buy the dip for the lead test, I will understand that. I understand we're all universal here. What Garden Trader said. What a great answer. Just wait for someone to say all of them. Be like, what they said. That's what I was going to say, too. I promise. Just messing with you. 40%, 80% lead test and retest. Exactly. Okay, so everybody's got this. We have our 40% entry, a.k.a. open range breakout, a.k.a. initial breakout. We got the 80% entry, a.k.a. retest, trade, a.k.a. oh no, that's it. 3. We have our lower highs, also known as a lead test. We have our higher lows, also known as the buy the dip strat. So these are our 4 main types of entry, right? And we understand all of these, right? Everybody's up to date. We don't need to go back through these. Again, if you want help on this, here, I'll just get the video real quick. If you want help on this, enter. Actually, it kind of blows my mind how many videos we have on this. There's a lot. But this is the one you want. How to identify and trade 4 important trading strategies. So if you don't know what we're talking about, I definitely recommend you watching this video. And then maybe going to check out the rest of the channel. The playlist to check out is Road to Consistency. If you want to check out the playlist that has everything in it, I actually need to add something to it. Real quick, before we move on. Alright, that was the last video. I need to add a couple more in here real quick. Because, like, this one is really good. Oh, no, I can't add these yet. They're members-only videos. Never mind. Alright, so back to what we're talking about. So we're all good. We got the 4 main types of entries, right? There's nobody here that doesn't understand what we're talking about. Why did all my screens just disappear? Nobody needs to go over this. We're all good. The Daffy Maximus entry. Alright, so we're good on that. So, I guess let's do this. So we have our types of entry here. Let's go over how many of them we spot. That's all we have to do. We're not here to get onto ourselves. We're not here to do anything like that. We're not here to be like, oh, this is all Captain Hindsight. No shit. No shit. That's exactly why we're doing it. You forgot one more, YOLO Lottos. Alright, so we have the 4 types, right? So let's try to point out how many of them we see. So go over here. We have our higher open. So we're bullish, right? So if we talk about our order of operations, we're bullish from the open. Until what? Until proven otherwise. Until we see a break of this, a retest away from it, we don't know that this is bearish. We know that this is bullish because it is. Higher open. We're over the previous day. We got that, right? So we get a push up. Nothing crazy. They come back down. You could maybe say there's an inside of the range 80% entry in here if you're risky because this is the very beginning of the day in the first 10 minutes. So if you took one of these trades and you were to ever hit me up and say, hey, were these entries good? I'll say yes because you took an inside of the range bullish retest, but it was very risky because you're literally taking an at the open trade, but you had a good reasoning. It's above the open. If that's your stop, that's your full invalidation out, then that's a great plan. Anything besides that, though, is crazy. And if you're entering something like this because it's risky, you should also have a tight target because you don't know how far this is going to go. You don't know if it's going to screw you or not because you're entering inside of the range in the first 10 minutes of the day. Be aware, right? So yes, it is a good entry, but be aware at the time of day. Then what do we get? What is this entry type? We went over it this morning, everybody. We get an open range breakout over 433.72 on the 1 minute and the 5 minute. You get the close over on the 5 minute. Actually, on this candle here. Yeah, actually, perfect. So yeah, you get a 40% entry here on the 5 and the 1. So now we can type out that we've had 1. And you can type out at whatever time. and then circle that on your chart. And then you could say we had one risky one, so go light. Everybody up to date still? We're good? Like, we can keep moving? Like David Q said, he said invalidation or break of structure. So what do we have now? We got our 40% entry. We're good. We all get that one. So now we see on the 5 minute here, we made it up to the 434.46. They made it up to 435.50s, and then they slowed down. Now this one, you would not have been able to have sold on that. I think we all were here when we saw how fast that was when it went up and then down. You would not have been able to have sold in that candle most likely. So if you were someone who took the 40% entry over 433.70, what is your stop loss? 433.70, because that is the level you are going over. It's a 40% entry. You don't get to give yourself room on that. That is the stop. It's a 40% entry. Be aware. What's your target? The very next level. Or a dollar out. We were talking about how you can use this or you can go a dollar out. We're saying how every dollar from here is a good target. We made it to 434.46. You're selling on this candle or one of these because they got close. Again, remember what we talked about. You don't want to be an OCD trader who sells as it perfectly hits your target. You want to make it close to your target. You want to make it towards your target. You want to be on the momentum that makes it towards that target, because that'll always be the most amount of profits you'll ever get, is the momentum towards your target. Who cares if you sell perfectly at it or not? So if you sold in any of these 3 candles, great. You're looking great. What do we get after that? They give us a little bit of a seller candle. Give us a little bit of a buyer candle. Looks like they're just jump roping around that level as they're reacting to it, getting to it, slowing down around it, pushing back over it. This is very normal. They make it up. They smack the next level. Awesome. Come back down. Still don't have any kind of retest, though. We have 0 retests here, right? So we're still looking for the move over 433.70 to the high of this, right? So if we can get any kind of retest entry here, then we can take another move, right? We didn't really get it here. They held it here with the hangman, or hammer, sorry. Pushed under, invalidated. Pushed under, invalidated. Hammer candle away, that's bearish. They're wanting to send it back down to this level or today's open, based on this candle. We get down to here. They almost made it to this level. Awesome. They didn't quite get to here yet, but they made it to this level. Awesome. They end up seeing more buyers step in. A very normal reaction considering we are still at a bullish open. We had a move up to a target and we pulled back. Very normal reaction. Now, did it hold? No. Okay, well, we had a weak buyer move then. They didn't take it over. They lost it within the next few minutes. Now we are coming back down to here. Why is that? Does anybody understand the psychology behind that? Why did we not make it here before on this reversal? Why didn't that do it? Does anybody know? It's because it wasn't a lower high. It's because this was the first time we slowed down. It's because the buyers hadn't lost any momentum yet. This is them slowing down, but they hadn't actually proven to themselves, hey, we lost something. They didn't lose anything on this pullback. On this weak buyer move, though, they brought us back above, and then they lost it. The fact that they brought it back above this, and this didn't turn into a retest to continue higher on like a staircase-type movement, is the reason we most likely came back down and needed to retest everything again to show, hey, bulls are still in control. Okay, cool. We got a low, we got a lower low, we got another lower low, but then a hammer steps in. Then we get what? Higher lows. So make sure you're marking your trend. Bulls are still in control all morning long. So that's kind of why we did test it there, but not this time. It's a little bit of psychology behind it, but you're only able to see that if you step by step go over this stuff like I am right now, speaking out loud to yourself, telling the story of the chart to yourself. So what do we have now? We have a bullish hammer at a bullish level. They push back up. Okay, cool. We're not looking for random entries. We're waiting to see a better retest. They come back down. What candlestick pattern pops up as a potential higher low? Can anybody tell me? Anybody tell me what candlestick pattern this is? It's not a bullish engulfing. It's not a single soldier pattern. What is that? Does anybody know? A piercing line. Good job, Mighty One. Good job, Timmy, noticing that kicker was not right instantly. A piercing, yes, because we have a lower open, and we don't technically finish higher over the previous candle, but we finish over a very good portion of that previous candle's halfway point. We like to go over the golden pocket, but the halfway point is really what you're looking for. If it can finish past halfway of this candle, we have a bullish reversal candle, right? And this is the second one that would be popping up, right? Because we have a hammer. Then we have a piercing line. We didn't have any retest here. They just pushed up. So all I did was go from the low to the high to see, all right, if they come back down, where can I see? Is there a bullish entry here? Because again, I'm looking for a bullish entry, not for bearish candlesticks yet. We're still bullish. We're over today's open. Order of operations, we're still bullish. Not looking for bearish setups yet. Zoom back out. What can this also be viewed as? The fact that we pushed up, held it with a higher low, held it with a higher low. Also, look, almost like a morning star right there. Almost another piercing line. That's actually an engulfing. So you have multiple bullish patterns appearing at multiple higher lows. So what can this be seen as then? An 80% entry. So it's almost like we have another inside of the range 80% entry, except unlike the one we saw this morning, it wasn't in the first 10 minutes of the day. It was after movement to the upside. They built some structure. They built some higher lows. And then we're seeing some 80% entries. So does everyone see that? Which actually, I guess it'd be a buy the dip. So no Lee test that we've seen because we haven't had a break of structure. We had 140%, we had 180%, and then we had that buy the dip. Does everybody see that? Hey, good job, Timmy. Good job, Dividend. Good job, Shadow. Good job, Mighty One. Good job if you guys guessed that like in your head or you just didn't feel like typing it. I get it. I don't like to type either. But good job if you got that on your own. But everybody's up to date still. Nobody's arguing with this. This is all logical. It all makes sense still. And remember, we're just reviewing. We're just being a Captain Hindsight right now. Of course it's easy to make this... it's easy to look at this stuff now. It already happened. But that's the point. We want to review. So the more we review this and look at this, the more it makes sense. The more when we see it in real time, the quicker we see it. Because we've been practicing it more and more. Do you think everybody who's been a pro, besides Allen Iverson, been a pro and gone to basketball and not practice? No, they all need practice. They can't just show up and show out. They got to practice. They got to be warmed up, ready to go. They have to know what they're going for. It's the same thing in any aspect of life. It's just like that in trading. So we all see that, right? So we got the 40%. We talked about the risky trade too, because I know some of you guys like to talk about the inside of the range trade, so I'm happy to go over them. But we're all good, right? Now, let's talk about what could be seen as an open range breakout. Considering this was the level we couldn't hold, what happens when we finally pop over it and hold? This can be seen as an open range breakout. Any of these candles could have been seen as a retest, as a higher low. You see it here on the 5 minute, almost impossible to tell. It's very hard to see that. It's just an open range breakout on the 5 minute. So now we have two. Well, I guess I won't do it like that. Two at whatever time. So now you have two 40% entries. But this one's a little bit better because it's not the first one to happen in the day. You've had some structure build. You've had them push a new high. So it's almost like a better 40% entry popped up here, right? We all get that? We talk about practice? Exactly. Hey, man, I'm glad y'all are cultured. I didn't have to break the Allen Iverson joke down. And honestly, since then, we've just hit the target. We've hit the high of day. Now we're trying to hold right now. So, I mean, right now, we're just seeing a continuation of bullish control. So, not really any more entries to go over yet. But this right here, everything you just saw me do, this is something you should be able to do on your own time every single day. This is something that should be part of your routine until it's something that you don't need to necessarily look at every single day. But you need to do this until you have a really good vision on what you want to see on your price action, what you want to go for. These are the things you need to limit yourself to and be aware of. If I'm getting into a 40% entry, am I jumping into a billion contracts? No, because it's a 40% entry. It's not the greatest entry, but it has a good potential chance of moving higher. So we're going to take it. Set up our stop, set up our target. We're done. Retest trades. Yeah, I'm going to probably trade my normal size on that because it's a good entry. It's a good quality entry. It has structure. It makes sense. Same thing for this one. Normal sized entry because it's something we go over all the time. It's a very quality entry. It's not as risky as a 40%. It's a very solid entry point. We trade light on these two. We trade just normal size on these two. Now, if you can do this over the course of months and years of time, you can read price action very well. You can point out, oh, this was an open move. Oh, that was probably the best trade of the day. You'll be able to say things like that, like, oh, that was probably the best opportunity of the day. Or, oh, that was probably the worst trade I think that I've seen all day. Like, you'll be able to see these things because you're able to see the different levels of opportunity. Like we just went over. But yeah, guys, drop a like on the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed that breakdown. Honestly, amazing question, Timmy. Thank you for drawing that out of me. Glad we got to go over that. A little bit more in depth and a little bit different view of the entry points. I know we always go over them in the same way, but it's nice to kind of talk about it a little bit differently. And we can do that more on the full day streams, the more we do them, if you'd like. But yeah, that's how you should view this stuff, though. My bad. Let me let me open the chart back up so we can see what's going on. And that right there, what I just did with you guys, that's the homework I give every one-on-one student I've ever had. That's the homework I give to anybody who reaches out to me. And again, I don't really like doing. I don't do paid one-on-ones. I don't like doing them. One, people don't ever give you a serious offer. Two, it just feels weird because everything on my system is on the internet. It's public, you know. So you just got to go through this stuff. But this right here, what we just did together, that routine, that can be daily homework for yourself. Hey, Bueller, look, I pointed out these 3 types of entries. Bam, let me know what you think. Or just do it on your own. It's really whatever you want to do. But that's all. That's it. Oh, Daffy's on fire. Oh. SK, that's up to you. Whatever time frames you want to use. Just be consistent with it. I don't want to sit here and be like, yep, 5 minute, that's all I use, because that would be a very just vague answer. If I say, yep, 5 minute, and then you go and you try to recreate that and you lose some trades, you're going to be like, well, hey man, it's not working out for me. Well, that's because you're only using the 5 minute. I like to use the 1 and the 5 minute. That's me personally. Some people like to use the 2 minutes. Some people like the 3 minutes. Some people like the 10 and 15 minutes. Some people like the 30 minute. You know, so it's really up to you. What combination of time frames you want to use, or what single time frame you want to use for actually entering. I love letting the 5 minute prep me up, and I love entering on the 1 minute. That is my big focus. If you've ever watched any of my live trade series or any of my SPX movie, you'll know that's my favorite types of trades. But don't think though that that's the only one you have to use. You know, make sure you back test, make sure you review, and see which ones you're most comfortable with. Because I've seen every combination work. And yeah, Microsoft is blasting off. Still. 1.5% day, Nvidia with a 3% day, and that's with Apple being red on the day. Which they look like they're wanting to blast off thanks to Microsoft. Microsoft keeping Apple in the fight. Semiconductors doing really well. Look how well that base build was here for Nvidia. Just like SPY. Amazon is overextended as it looks on the bigger time frames. Again, I only say that because you have gapped up small body candles. That's the only reason I say it's overbought. But really good control, it looks like, if they can hold over 132.40s on the daily. So they have a lot of room underneath their current price. Tesla, honestly, guys, I think randomly you're going to wake up next week and this thing's going to be at like 245 again. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if one more high or low is made somewhere above 200, and then you see a continuation back up. But 200 is going to be a really big pivot point for that chart, so that's what your focus needs to be if you're someone looking at Tesla. But this is bullish still, short term. Google. That one's a little ugly. I'd prefer a higher low on that, but they did do a little bit of a grind up here, so they could just start penetrating that gap, then give you the higher low, then fill it. But we'll see. And it brings to question which of these weights are going to catch up finally over time. Like banks. You can see banks are caught up. They're through that recent high on the daily. But what stocks are not? Apple's not. Well, Microsoft's well above it. Nvidia's not. You know, so it almost brings to question, damn, are some of these weights lagging? Or are all these other ones leading and we're about to see a bunch of settling? And then, you know, some of these ones that need to catch up do catch up a little bit, just not to the fullest extent. And then you have some of the ones that are already leading slow down, but not pull back to the fullest extent, probably holding a bullish fib to some extent. From there, then you'll see them all work together. But who knows how long that in-between phase can take that I just talked about. That could take a week, that could take 3 days, that could take 3 weeks, that could take 3 months. You know, who knows? So we'll be focusing on that, really seeing what sectors push back up. And I promise you, if you pay attention to my boy Daffy, he's going to be posting a lot of amazing sector rotation stuff, so will I. We'll be going over what sectors are going to be hot. Maybe I'll even include something from him on the weekly watch list this week. I might ask him to do that, actually. I'm glad I thought of that. I'm going to hit him up real quick so I can remember that. Oh, he's already on it. I said it and he's already on it. Okay, check this out. I'll open this up in the browser. He is already on it. There we go. So utilities up through the roof. Strong as hell. Staples, pretty strong, but looks like they're slowing down the past couple days. You have energy. They were strong. They fell through the floor. They're now just lagging behind everything. Same with healthcare to a certain extent, but not as bad. Same for industrials. You have tech and comms both weakening, but you can see comms have at least started lagging a lot further, while tech just kind of stays in the weak area. They're just, again, unsure. So again, we'll focus on that in a couple days to see where everything heads from here. But you have discretionary moving higher, real estate, base materials, banks, so really, really nice breakdown. And we'll go over that all in the weekly watch list. I asked Daffy, and he said we can try to include it. But I'm hyped for that because I'm not joking. Some of that information is amazing. And then here, check this out. That was the daily. Here's the weekly. So you can see energy could just be getting started on its weakness or strength for all we know. You can see there's just kind of a bunch of lagging sectors, and that's kind of what I just went over. We were talking about how SPY's like up and, you know, next to that range where it rejected the first time. A lot of its sectors are still down in the dirt in that higher low or just barely working out of it. We could just be getting started for all we know. And then he sent me the monthly as well because we're in a new month. Here's the monthly. So, a little bit different of a view. I don't know if I've looked at the monthly that much before for this. Still very interesting. Thank you again, Daffy. I'm not joking. I love looking at your sector breakdowns. I can't believe I didn't think to ask you before, man. I feel like I should be apologizing to you for not thinking of it before. Is he in stream? Let me see. Okay, he is. I didn't know if you could actually hear me or not. My bad, KT. Here you go. If you go to the YouTube channel, whoops, almost hit X. If you go to the YouTube channel and hit membership, hit show perks info, and these are the star meanings, which I meant to change out these logos, and then I just never did, and then we kind of made a big thing about everyone getting gold stars, so then we just left it at that. Everybody's working towards a gold star. The time doesn't even matter. We just want gold stars. But that's the meaning behind them. It's just the different amount of time you've had the badge. I don't know if it cuts off either. Like, I don't know if you can, like, have it and then lose it for a month and then get it again and then you get a 2-month badge, or how that works. I have no idea. But that's what all that means. Anytime. I know I've been lagging on posts due to the baby. No, you're not. You will never, ever say that again. You are not lacking. You are taking responsibility of your newborn child. I think that has way more priority over anything going on here and in the world. So no, you are not lacking due to the new baby. But I hope to see you back on them, and maybe through the weekly watch list, Daffy, maybe I can include your info on there, because I would love to promote it on there. I mean, it's all homemade weekly watch list from here on out, so I've been doing that 2 weeks straight now, and it's going to keep being that way for forever. But I would love to include your info on there, Daffy. I think it'd help out a lot of people. My credit card expired on YouTube and put me back to the yellow star. He said need more callouts, Daffy. Shut up, creator. Entries and exits. Somebody would legit ask that, and then I would just literally bring them to this chart. I would bring them to this chart and be like, where were you yesterday? I marked 2 levels. These were the 2 levels Daffy told me to mark yesterday. He said, guys, I'm bullish above 101.80. My first target's 102.50. It opened above it. Okay, whatever, I miss it. It came down and held it again. Pushed higher, pushed higher, pushed higher, close over. You even got a retest of his entry, or of his target, sorry, and they went all the way to above 105 yesterday. Like, what? And that's just one of his trades. That wasn't even all of it. That was literally just one of them. And I'll try to include more of his in here over time, like I have been. But we're just not a team who spits out 50 trades a day. And if you are part of a group who spits out 50 trades a day, they're probably not actually taking those trades, and you're just screwing yourself. Maybe you shouldn't be in that group anymore. Anybody who trades that much is not actually trading. they're either, one, fake trading and not actually opening anything, or two, they are actually trading and they're gambling. Checking video? My bad. I love this chart setup. And if you guys missed it or you were lagging or something, I will cut out that. I marked down the time I was talking about whatever, and I'll cut it up in a video, and I'll make it a members-only video. So if you guys want to rewatch it, you can. I try to take the best, you know, parts of the streams and put them into small videos for you guys. Because I know it can be kind of a pain in the ass to go back. Sorry guys, I've just been typing. There's a lot of people in chat, and I love every single one of them. My bad. Daffy, was there something you wanted to go over on NVIDIA? Time to run some Friday errands, lunch, etc. Thank you for Friday stream, Chief. Trade lightly and safely, everyone. Could be a low volume afternoon. I agree with Sandollar, and I hope you have a safe rest of your day, Sandollar. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships earlier. I hope everybody that got that takes advantage. Hey, what's up, Caleb? My boy C-Stem. How you been, man? I know, I've been seeing you pop up a lot more, but I always like to ask how you're doing. All right. Nice rejection after breaking 435.50s on the 1 minute, as well as on the 5 minute. My man, enjoying your streams and breakdowns. What about you? Thank you, Caleb. I'm glad you enjoyed them, man. Glad to have you here again. Been doing great. Thanks to the community, of course. Everybody here's been real kind. Rambo, speaking of the devil, he said, going to roll out too. Be safe, everyone, and have a good weekend. Rambo out. See you later, Rambo. Appreciate you, man. Another solid leader of the community. There's so many of them now. So many people that could, I feel like, lead this train. So many of you. Oh, my bad, Duffy. He was saying that the levels played out very well. I was looking at that earlier too. I was really impressed. Out of the ones I clicked on, at least, I was impressed that this one looked just like Spy in regards of how like the base held, and it looks really good on the move back up. It wasn't just like you know, every single time it moves up, it has to move back down. Like it really did staircase really well. Here in the 5 minutes, a little cleaner. Hammer. Positive print. Doji, positive print. Positive print. Yeah, pretty bullish. I would say I would have loved this from this candle as a passive entry. 44.28. That'd been a good initial target. And yeah, it just keeps going. Now finally it's slowing down with the market, but that's not Nvidia's fault. Damn, though, that's a really big move. 440 to almost 450 in a single move. It blows my mind, like, how well it plays the levels, but not just that, like, how much it moves between and past the levels, giving an amazing amount of opportunity. I'm calling it the BBB day, but it's my birthday, November 15th. That's when we're doing the full day Wednesday stream thing. I gotta come up with some cool, fun ideas for that day. I already know y'all are gonna be like, we need the spinny wheel and the day will be complete, but I need to actually think of things. Saying spinny wheel doesn't help me. I know y'all like the spinny wheel, I get it. Damn, Ace had a great week. Ace killing it. Leland gonna jump out of the cake or what? He better not. I want to eat that cake. No, I'll probably have a cookie cake. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a pretty simple guy. I don't want a cake. I want a cookie cake. The cookie cakes are the greatest thing to ever exist. Especially if it comes from Great American Cookie Co. But I honestly don't care. I will eat any kind of cookie cake. Which I will probably go buy one for myself. Because why not? He jumps out of my cookie cake, though. I'll probably punch him. Leland's going to full port and SPX trade and give profits to Josh for his B-Day. No, Leland better not give me anything for my birthday. He's already given me enough. I don't want anything from him. I want Leland to just be Leland. That's his gift to me, is him being... You heard him say it? Nah, there's no way. But no, Leland's done enough for me. He's done enough for this community. Like, insane amounts of work. Behind writing scripts, or behind... Scripts as in, like, indicator scripts, like marking the pre-market high and all that stuff. Not scripts like whatever. Videos, I mean, like, it's an insane amount of energy to make a video for someone else. And he's done it. He's done it multiple times. He's done it many times. And he's done it for me as well. On my request, and it's an insane thing to ask of somebody, and he's done it. So I always appreciate Leland. He doesn't need to give me anything on my birthday, but if he does jump out of my cake, I will hit him. We have Taylor for cookies. Yeah, man, we're always on the phone, right, Leland? Have a great weekend, Daffy. My bad. He said, all right, fam, I will call it a day here. Was nice to escape from my kids for a few hours. Now going back so they can break my back. We love you, Daffy. To the moon and back, man. Gonna hit you with 1 to 2 Mayweathers. No, I wouldn't treat you like that. What if he jumps in your cake? Jumps into the cake? Oh, he's not living past that day then, let alone getting hit. Satire, satire. Wink, wink. Is the buy the dip happening right now? My bad. You probably said that when this candle finished. I wouldn't say buy the dip, honestly. I mean, you had a good established high and a rejection again, so you might be looking at a potential pullback to see if a better support can hold. But I'm honestly just not trusting any price action right now because of what time of the day we're in. It's 12:30, so it's very, very weird, boring part of the day for a lot of trading. So right now it's just what you want to see is settling type price. You want to see consolidation is what you want to see. So hopefully they don't break a new high. Hopefully they don't break 434.46, and we could just stick between here and then maybe into power hour or right before power hour. They get a good push to either side. But your buy the dip happened back here. I would say right now what you're seeing is just a weak secondary move. But this is where a lot of your action was already had. I would say a lot of your better trades have already happened, if that makes sense. No, it's 10:30. But you are still bullish on the day, though, Dividend Bull. I don't want to like make you think otherwise. Also, check out this 30-minute. This might be the best representation. You have this, resistance that we pushed over, right? And then you kind of have like this low and this low kind of line up. Well, it's kind of whoever has control of that little bit of area, if that makes sense. You already had your buy the dip. Now what you might be seeing is a potential higher low again, but it just might not be pretty for a little bit because of the time of day. You were wondering because you took calls there? Oh, okay. I mean, you have good 1 minute reversal, you have good 5 minute reversal, and you have no reason to be bearish yet, so. We had a little bit of break of structure here. Whoops. Like, we didn't get anything break here, right? But then you zoom on to where we are now, right? And we had this push up. Nice consolidation, nice push back up again. Hit a new high, but didn't really push away from it, and then we broke. So you do have a short-term break of structure, but I don't want to, like, make anyone believe, oh, we're bearish, jump into puts. Like, now we are still holding a very nice uptrend on the intraday. And I'm only on the 5 minute right there. 30 minute shows it, 1 minute shows it. So, it's kind of like a don't fight the trend kind of thing. But that's the first real break of any kind of structure we've seen today. We haven't seen anything break. This all held. We never once got a move that came back and broke this. Once we got up here, we consolidated. Broke a little bit of that consolidation. Might be testing away from it. You might be seeing a push away from it, but we're in an uptrend. So if they end up pushing over 435.50s, in your head, you should be saying, well, they're probably trying to go to high of day. Not, oh, this is a lower high. Well, we don't know it's a lower high yet. We've just gotten 2 rejections so far. So, I don't know, I'm kind of 50-50 here, but you have to be realistic with yourself and then be like, well, we've been up trend all day, so I really can't lie to yourself. But yeah, I'm a little hesitant on this price action here. Alright, sorry YouTube, I've been typing and answering a lot of people. Let me get back to y'all. I need to give y'all attention too. I apologize. Jesus, Leland. He said, we moon in 4390 end of day, imagine. Anything possible if you just believe. What is this, Disney? This is the stock market, not Disney. He said bulls are giving up. Yeah, I honestly just think they're just tired. They've made this potential double top. They've made this potential lower high. This could be what could bring them back down into range. Could also just be just range trading. So, for an options trader, not really ideal. Brr. Jekko said, you're right, I am tired. Oh, he's because he said bull. my god. Sinful is the most hilarious man to exist, I swear to God. He said full port shorts because Leland said so. Creator's right, guys. He said, what are we doing at 435s anyway? We got a gap to fill. So far, a higher low will look more bearish at 434.88's. Previous low is broken. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're like setting up if it happens. Yeah, because you can see, like, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Like, the change in trend. Like, it slowly happens. This is why you have to, like, try to not fake yourself out. Or, let me go to the single chart. Oh, no, I hit on demand again. Oh, my God. Please stop accidentally clicking that. Why is it so big? Why is it, like, around important buttons? Put it, like, somewhere where I don't... Like, put it up here. I don't understand that at all. But trend. So, let me go to the 1 minute so we see a little bit better. Actually, no. Yeah, we'll do 1 and the 5. We'll do both. So let's start from the beginning. Everybody, I'm not just talking to dividend, but I'm talking to everybody. So what do we have here? Higher lows, lower highs. They pop a new high. Awesome, cool. We got a high. We got a lower high. We got a low. See, they're kind of working towards it, but they're still above there where they bounced, right? They make their low, so you got kind of a same low, right? Then you get some higher lows. You get some more higher lows. You got more. Oh, well, we also have a... Well, why is it drawing random parts? Oh, the OHLC setting. But now we have a little bit of a flat there. It's not really up or down. It's just kind of flat. We go down a little bit. All right, cool. Nothing crazy there. But now you have like another established one there. So you can start to see a little bit of the trends are changing on the top side. What is the bottom side saying? Well, they're not holding a flat anymore. They're holding lower. So you can see the trend changing and just ever so slightly retaking these levels and slowly moving higher off of them. So you can see how a time decaying option, like we like to trade, would be horrible here because you'd just be getting wrecked, holding it forever. So unless you're getting quick scalps in, you're probably getting wrecked here. But this is how you should review the trend, though. Like, you don't have to draw all those lines and be silly like that, but that's how you should see it, though. You know, in your head, you should picture those lines. It's very helpful. We'll see the 5 minute. 5 minutes can be a little easier to look at today. But you have your low. You have your first push up, right? All right, bam. So we have our first move. What do we have from here? Downtrend. Uptrend. Uptrend. The flat, the same flat. We could just say it's a flat. We're not going to say up or down. We're not going to say, oh, it's down by 3 cents. No, we're just say it's a flat. It's flat. And then what do our lows here have? It's not flat. It's lower. This is now lower. So it's just good to kind of look at the chart that way. I don't know if I draw the lines like that. It might confuse you. But you can see how the trend has slowly changed. Until what? Until they retake 435.50s. There's a lot of trading going on in the trade floor. I can't even break it all down because there's so much going on. The hell? That one actually kind of got me. That was a good meme, C-Stem. So much opportunity in this market using BB system. Thanks for everything, B. Have a great weekend. You too, Dan H. I hope you have a great weekend. Hope you get to relax a little bit. And now, Dividend Bull, what can we say about the price action? They're trying to revalidate bulls further. Looks like they couldn't break that low. Looks like they are trying to get over this right here. So they had a little bit of indecision happen right here. You can see it on the 30-minute too. A little bit of weakness there. Because again, they popped that high, then it was a red candle. Now we're getting a candle that's trying to, one, pop its high or trade within that candle. And that candle's about to close, so it is about to trade within it. So like I said, indecisive. So you know how we were looking here, we're saying it's looking bearish, but it's also looking bullish. You can see the indecisiveness right here. It's literally trading within the 30-minute candle. With an almost opposite candle. Just a little bit inside of it. Which again, we all know an inside bar is indecisive. We know that after that, whatever happens is what most of the time the direction goes in. If you get a negative print, you're most likely moving down towards whatever major area is under. If you get a positive print, then we're looking for whatever major area is right above. And I guess I don't know why I said dividend bull. I could have meant that to everybody. But yeah, everybody. I just feel like that was our convo. But guys, I don't know if I want to do a full day stream, I'll be honest with you. And that's why I didn't name it full day stream. I also talked about the possibility of not having this as a full day stream. But then Rambo came in here and he donated and all of you guys were all hyped up. So it kind of kept me like re-energetic into this. But I do need to actually take care of some stuff finally. So I think I am going to end the stream here. 2 hours early. But overall guys, do not overtrade, do not chase, do not gamble. Over this weekend, or after this stream ends and I come back from what I'm going to do, I'll cut up that video and I'll send it to everybody from what we talked about in today's stream. And then, yeah. But I hope to see you guys next Monday. On Sunday, though, be on the lookout for the weekly watch list. Again, this will be the third week in a row where I make everything, and then I'm going to add Daffy's addition into the inside of it, where he's talking about sector rotation. So this week we'll have a special guest on the weekly watch list. I'm very excited about that. And I honestly can't wait to make the weekly watch list, which is a little weird because it's Friday and we're about to get into the weekend and I can like ignore this stuff. But in my head, I love making that weekly watch list. It's actually kind of addicting, like setting up the stuff in like a routine manner. But I can't wait to get to it. I can't wait to post that, and I can't wait for you guys to see it, the third one. But yeah, like I said though, have a great weekend. Try to relax. Try to get yourself refreshed. Don't try to kill yourself over the weekend, working or stressing yourself out or anything like that. You know, you shouldn't be stressing super hard. The weekend is for refreshing. Therefore, when you approach the markets again on Sunday night or Monday morning, you know, whatever your prep time is, you know, then you can get back into the things and also feel more refreshed. It's a really nice thing. But seriously, I love you all. Thank you guys again. I really am thankful for everything and everyone in here, every single one of you. No matter if you're someone who doesn't type, who just kind of hides in the shadows, I don't care. If you're in here and you're going through the routine, I'm very proud of you, and I can't wait to see more of you guys grow. We're going to keep doing it together. But I'm going to end the stream here. Thank you guys again. Have a great weekend. And if you want to tune into the Discord, there is 2 hours left in the market. You can. There's plenty of people still trading very heavily in there. There's actually a lot of people still typing in there. So if you guys want to go over there, you can. But I will see you guys later. Timmy said, Bueller, I'm blowing my account. I'm sorry. No, don't do that. He's trying to keep me on or something like, hey, look. But I'll see you guys later on.